It's Friday. Good evening to everyone. How are you all doing? I imagine for many people it's their first full week back to work after the Christmas and New Year's break. How has it all been? I must confess, it's been one hell of a week. Oh my indeed. And it appears that I forgot to mute my laptop before I started. So there we go. Let's just sort that out first indeed. Welcome in to everyone who's here. We've got a Johnny Trotter in, the wonderful Johnny Trotter. Welcome on in, sir. We've got Heston over on YouTube. Lovely to see you as well. We've got Adam on the break, and Lewis A, and Hungdom in. We've got a Crudmo in tonight so far at least. We have a GNG in, and a Hollyfab, and an ACAB Europe as well. Lovely to see you all this fine evening. I hope everyone's doing good. So Crudmo has asked people to stop talking about food because he's getting very hungry and it's nowhere near dinner time. I mean, it's 5 p.m. There's nothing wrong with having dinner at this particular time of day. Like, or if not dinner, maybe just like a nice little snack, a pre-dinner snack, and then dinner, and then a post-dinner snack, and then a pre-bed snack. Then get up at around midnight and have a mid-sleep snack. And then you can wake up at like 4 or 5 a.m. and that can be your pre-breakfast snack, then breakfast, then a post-breakfast snack, pre-lunch snack, lunch, post-lunch snack, pre-nap snack, nap, post-nap snack, pre-dinner snack, and it's full circle. I wonder why I'm a fat bastard. Anyway, welcome on in, guys. So Jay Betts is here as well. Good evening, Jay Betts. Lovely to see you guys. Let's catch you up with what's been going on then. So we were last streaming on Monday evening. Just wait for the lovely little graphics to finally connect to the game, and there we go. And we won the Liigacup. Now that means that we are currently the reigning champions of all 3 domestic Finnish competitions. We won the league last season. We won the Suomen Cup last season, and we now hold the Liigacup. So it might be across 2 seasons, but we are the greatest team in Finland currently. Let's see if we can keep that up, shall we? So Holifap has described Crudmo as a snack. Can't deny that. An absolute snack indeed. Hank is in. Well. Good evening, Hank. How are you, sire? Have you resigned from your Argentinian team yet? After yet again failing to make the most of their chances count. So yeah, here we are. We've got moved forward, so we're into the 10th of April. We're going to head into our first game against KTP. So we did play a friendly between last stream and this one and move forwards. And in that time, there's also been some minor transfer activity as well. So Adam Juhi, who was like our 5th choice midfielder, he has now gone out on loan to TPS. Yes, to TPS. So hopefully that means he's going to get some regular game time. At 20, he kind of needs to be playing a bit more regularly, and hopefully we can see some development on that front. And we've also sent our young goalkeeper Per Edland. He has now gone out to FC Jazz, so hopefully he too can get some regular first team football and start getting used to that, which should be good. We haven't had any full transfer bids for Slaymar. So we do seem to have pretty much our whole squad going, which is quite nice. Constantino Hazard is in over on YouTube. Welcome in, as is Jonathan Edwards. I hope you both are doing well. So ACAB says, the shot often with possession works like a charm. Interesting. So, I mean, you say it works like a charm. Was that lots of shots, or actually also lots of goals too? Because that's like, I'm not necessarily a fan of shooting all the time. But I don't mind. I'm not a work into box merchant. I like players who will take shots, and maybe we can follow it up and get some rebounds every now and then. So Jonathan Edwards says IFK for Friday. Oh yeah, indeed. Carl Daniel is in as well. Just signed a 35-year-old Haaland. Totally unnecessary signing, but it's sabotaging City. That's marvelous. Who are you managing, Carl? Jonathan Edwards wants to see Arvid Lundberg one more time. He can't believe he signed. I can't believe he signed either. He's not even our top earner, £750 per week. Now, he's only scored 1 goal so far this season. In the Liigacup, he started 6 of the 7 games. He's only got the 1 goal so far, no assists. But he's doing pretty alright. He's got decent pace and acceleration. He's good at jumping. He's not very good at heading, but, you know, the main part of heading is winning the ball initially, isn't it? So we've got that ultimately. His finishing off the ball is pretty decent. His vision's not too bad. Certainly, he's amazing for our level. Absolutely incredible. However, we also signed Oni Sutari over the off-season. And Oni Sutari was playing for, it's Ulu, who just got relegated. Only 16 goals in 96 games. But he's not that different in terms of ability. Similar, a decent amount of acceleration pace, really good at jumping, better at heading, not as good at finishing. And he's coming in and really, really taken to things quite well. 4 goals in 230 minutes. 1.57 goals per game. So we have some competition for Lundberg as well. And hopefully that will keep him on his toes a little bit. That's the plan at least. Sorry, let's just see that. I got completely lost there. It just says stinky. Right, okay, sorry. So, my lovely little chat interface here, it will give the name of the emoji that's used. So I can see that Hollyfab replied to Crudmo's stinky cheese emoji, and it just says, at Hollyfab, stinky. I was like, weird. Fine, you're all good. A-cap, so lots of shots, but they wouldn't even hit a barn door. Fair dues. So Matt's in. Welcome on in, dude. How are you? Matt, 160785. Got to include those numbers. So no, Lundberg hasn't had caps for Finland yet. I don't know if he will. We can't see the squads with the squads with this view, unfortunately. So our Finnish international, the only one who's made it into the squad at any point, has been Patrick Raitanen. Raitanen is under contract for another 18 months as well. So I expect that wage is going to go up if we can keep hold of him. But maybe now that he's around 25 will be a good time for us to hope that some big teams come in for him. We aren't particularly filled with internationals, which is probably a good thing, because not this season, but next season will be a World Cup year, won't it? And obviously, with us being a summer league, we don't want players away on international duty. Right, so let's head on into the very first game. Oh, before that, let's have a look. So I did have a look at this earlier. We are second favourites. Our odds have drifted out a little bit. We were something around 7-4 when we looked at this last before the Liigacup campaign, and they have drifted out quite a lot. I think a large part of that is because of the transfer activity. HJK have spent some big money. They've signed a striker from Portugal, Luca Pandolfi. We don't have scouting information on him, so I don't actually know how good he is. He scored a whole 2 goals last year in the Liga Portugal, the second Liga Portugal, that is. But he's already immediately in that Dream 11, so they obviously think he's going to be quite good. And they've also signed a Belarusian international defender. Have they? Why is that not? That's not organised right at all. We do that instead. Will that give us... Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's find HJK. They've signed Zakhar Volkov, a 17 times capped Belarusian 6'4" centre-back. Signed from Khimki in Russia. Hasn't played that many games though, so only 10 last season, only 7 the season before that. But he's been pretty reliable when he's come in. So there's some big money signings. That was... What's going on with the sorting here? The sorting here is very questionable. So 425k for Pandolfi, 200k for Volkov as well. So I think they are certainly strengthening this year, but hopefully we'll be able to defend our title. So Knight of Near's in. Welcome in. How are you, sir? How is everyone today? Came for the Stavitskis, stayed for the Fortuna. Waiting to find out how the new signings will be. We're hoping things are going to go well. Hoping things. Matt is glorious, which is marvellous. Apart from your last Europe result, I'm loving life. Not bitter. You don't sound bitter at all. Not in the slightest, I'm sure. Real Betis is in. What's up? What's up, Real Betis? How are you doing? Lovely to see you in. There's also There's also a wonderful gentleman just entered in as well. There's the Brazilian Fury. How are you, sir? Now, if you're not following Brazilian Fury on the lovely social medias, you might not have seen that next Friday, I'm not going to be streaming IFK Mariehamn. Instead, I'm going to be over on Brazilian Fury's channel doing a Moneyball clinic on his Tamar Portuguese save. So it's just come to the end of this 9th season, I believe it is. And we're going to look at how we can use data together to push for that next level, which should be quite interesting and something a little different. So don't just follow Brazilian Fury, but also head on over to his socials as well. Follow him there too, and then make sure to tune in next week, where we can have a hair off. I might even let my hair down for a day. How about that? Right, so yeah, let's head on in there. Carl, it says he's just scored on his debut, managing Birmingham City in 2036. You know I'm going to have to boo that, Carl. I'm definitely going to have to boo that. Sole purpose of the save was to see Jude and Job play together. Jude is stuck at Man City, and you sold Job to United last season, in which we happened to win our first Premier League. Well, that bit's quite awesome. And maybe there's still time to get them back to Birmingham right at the end. So cool, like to see that collab. It should be good. I'm really looking forward to it. There may also be a couple of other collabs on the there may be some other collabs on the horizon as well. So we must have at least 9 players trained by a club in Finland, and we've fallen short of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 only. Eek. Right, so that means that Danny Rockman... Right, Yakub isn't quite ready to come back into the starting lineup yet, so that's Rockman. And then we've got Holmberg on the bench, perhaps? Oh, now there's a thing I did not anticipate. I might regret loaning out Juhi now. And Slamar potentially. Right, so we have... Where's Sutari's? Sutari's not even on the bench as well. That's an issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need... There are no other sub spots there either. So, Basirovic has to drop. Interesting. Right. Diane's not match fit, so that can be Sutari on the bench there. 9 players. Oh dear. Oh dear. But now it's saying we've got 9. I'm a little confused. We're going to go with that though. Let's see what we've got going with that indeed. Right, here we go on in. Hair off, you shaving each other or something. We could go for a bald stream. How about that? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs indeed. This is something we might get tripped up by. But let's head in. Our first game is against KTP. They finished 9th in the league last season. So we should feel reasonably confident about this. We beat them in the Liigacup as well. We have to have 8 lol. That registration rules hits hard. It does. RJ is in. Welcome in, RJ. How are you doing? How are you, sir? So Carl Danny says, has anyone told you what snore means in Swedish? Not in Swedish, no. I've been told that in Dutch it means moustache, so we added a moustache to his player picture. But yeah, what does it mean in Swedish? Blue Moon is in. Hola, says Blue Moon. Welcome in. I'm very good. How are you? Lovely to see you. Sporting's first ever Mexican player, Bienvenido Chino. Interesting. Right, here's Fortuna. Here's the bad song. Fortuna. Yeah, that's how we like to start a game. It's Stavitsky on the right, Fortuna on the left. Bosch through the legs as well. Through the legs. Beautiful stuff. Not a bad start. Not a bad start so far. Can we put them to the scored? To the scored. There we go. Kumecho at the far post. Lundberg's head is blocked by Mern. KTP clear their lines. Come on, let's really set out nice and early on to to absolutely demolish them. Let's set the standard nice and early. We weren't bad during the Liigacup campaign. As Stavitsky's shot goes out for a... Is that a throw-in? No, that did go out for a goal kick. Not that bad. Yeah, we weren't really... I wouldn't ever say we won many games convincingly during the Liigacup stage. So, if we can perhaps get into a bit more of a rhythm, that'd be nice. Stavitsky intercepts. Here's Byron Giro. Byron Giro feeds Lundberg. Lundberg showed his weaker foot. That's a horrible miss. A horrible miss indeed. The fart man strikes. He does indeed. Crudmo wants to know if it's cold, because it's quite cold in the UK. I mean, my lovely PC is apparently telling us it's 2-0. It's also telling us it's 0 degrees centigrade, but 2-0 is the important thing. Kumecho at the far post. That time he gets it finished. Enquist with another assist from a set piece. Swings it into the far post. Kumecho rises above 3 players. I know if I conceded that, I'd have been pretty miffed. Let's be honest. For 3 players to be in the area and none of them to win the ball, that's pretty poor. Okay, finds Fortuna. Fortuna to get a... Doesn't get his second. It's been all IFK so far, though. So, 2 million for Huesca seems like a bargain. That doesn't sound too bad at all. I mean, it seems so weird. Like, it's crazy how football economy has you going, yeah, 2 million. That's not a lot of money. But, yeah, like crazy. So the Guitar Hero nostalgia with that one. There we go, it's Fortuna again. Let's get some more nostalgia going. Fortuna. Beautiful stuff. This is what I said we wanted. We want to run away with it. Fortuna skips inside, fires high above the keeper into the net. That's 3-0. We're not even outside of the first half yet. So Kokutsmels joins, and suddenly it's a Fortuna. Coincidence? I don't think it is coincidence. I think that means you need to be here for every game from here on out, Kokutsmels. Because Fortuna is absolutely ripping it up. He feeds Stavitsky. Stavitsky's shot is blocked. We have a corner. So who did Sporting hire? So it looks like somebody Mexican. That's as far as I've worked out. Chino. I'm sure RJ will follow through with that one. So question of the day. What's the worst individual performance you have ever seen besides the usuals? I mean... like from a Villa perspective, because those are the games that I've seen that I watch most of. It would probably have to be every single performance by Carlos Coelho at right back. I loved Carlos Coelho. He was a really, really good centre back. Won everything in the air. Really good timing with his tackles. He had quite funky curly hair, and generally seemed like a nice guy. But the man couldn't pass for toffee. Couldn't pass for toffee whatsoever. And that meant that here's Stavitsky! Stavitsky! I like the way he's going. Stavitsky. He's gonna bag it up. I like the way he's going. Stavitsky. He's gonna bag it up. And that's going to be completely out of sync as well. I love it. I love it. It's not the Stavitskys. It is the Stavitskys. There we go, 4-0. Just what we want. Just what we want, yeah. Carlos Coelho couldn't pass for toffee, which meant that every time he tried to play a ball down the line, it would go out for a throw-in like 5 yards down. Absolutely atrocious, bless him. Right, can we get a fifth? Or is this going to be a chance for KTP? Doesn't look that way. Okay, finds Enquist. Back to Kumecho. He's got so much time to find Lundberg. Dahlstrom plays it back through to Lundberg. Lundberg shot, it's parried, hits the bar. Not a single goal from a striker so far. But Byron Giro is a striker, just playing a little bit deeper. We are starting to pick up the yellow cards. That's probably going to be him coming off now. We'll see what happens with this highlight. First, Kumecho across to Akereke. Here's Enquist. Enquist back inside. Right, Fortuna finds Lundberg. Lundberg's touch. Beats his man. Can he send it in? It's Fortuna for the hat-trick. Oh, what a save. What a save. Robbing my boy of a hat-trick. Right, let's look at the changes we're going to make. So, Byron Giro can come off and on can come Rockman. We're going to look at Lee Manor on as well to replace the booked Kumetio. I'm happy with those 2 changes, so let's see how we go. That's a lot of responsibility, says Cockroach Smelch, being bullied into being here at every opportunity from here on in. The fart double is on, farting all over the world. Oh, that's one hell of a thing. Follow through, fart tuner. What do I have to follow? Sorry, I was not listening. That's all right, RG. That's no worries at all. Lundberg at the far post, can't get there. Stavitsky, can he add a 5th? Stavitsky's shot is pretty wild, pretty damn wild. Snore has apparently injured his wrist ligaments, but he doesn't have a little icon up there. So he should be fine, right? He should be absolutely fine. Right, no goals for Lundberg again. He's going to come off, as is Dahlstrom. He's going to be replaced by Bauer. And I'm guessing we're going to bring Basirovic on for Stavitsky. Let's try and get them all on before the 75th minute, so they get like a match rating potentially. Right, so Mariehamn is carried by Stats, Fart Tuners, and Lundbirds. Lundbirds indeed. Rockman tries to make it 5. His shot is blocked. Cannoned off Niska. Good name. Come on, I want a 5th. I want a 5th. Let's... Oh, I can do it from here anyway. Let's just push the mentality up. Maybe this means we'll concede a goal. But yeah, like first game of the season, if we can run away to like a nice 5-0 win, that'd be good. Or we can go to attacking and then stop creating chances altogether. It is far too finely balanced. Even the smallest changes results in nothing. That should be time up now. Sutari plays it back. It's a ball over the top, or is it? We have a chance here. Rockman, can he play it inside? He finds Bauer. Bauer's shot is saved. Basirovic, that's 5. Time should have been up. It was the 4th minute of 3 minutes of injury time, but we have a 5th. Goal for Aaron Basirovic? Aaron Brokovic? Aaron Brokovic, we'll go with that. Niska made the block, came to Basirovic, who squeezes it through. Poor Lilovic hasn't been bad today, but he has conceded 5 goals. Is there going to be... Surely this is just the final whistle now, right? Surely this is the final whistle. Basirovic wins the tackle, plays it back to Snore. What are you waiting for, ref? What are you waiting for, ref? Sends it long. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Is it a chance? Is it a chance? It is a chance. This has surely got to be. It's a great block from Savalainen. Oh my. Oh. That should have been a goal for KTP. Why we're still playing, we're now coming up to the 6th minute. If this goes past 95, it's a good save. We're in the 6th minute of 3 minutes of injury time, just because a single goal was scored. This is crazy. There we go. That is what we're doing. That is what we are doing. We've won at home at the Viklov Holding Arena. That is a pretty decent result, I think it's fair to say. We have won our first game 5-0. And not a single goal from a striker. Incredible stuff. That is good enough for us to be top. It looks like so. I can't imagine. I mean, Ilves could win their game by quite a large margin, to be absolutely fair to them. But I think we can be happy with that. Ekenas, it's also the transfer window's closing today in about 45 minutes. So what is the offer for Karkkonen? It's an optional fee. They're not going to trigger the optional fee, and they're only offering 10% wages. So if we're having to pay a significant amount to keep hold of him, then I don't really want to loan him out. We might as well make use of him in the squad. His value there is around 50k. So let's say a nice simple 10k up front, 35, and you've got to pay everything. You don't need to pay a fee. You don't need to pay a monthly fee. As long as you're covering his wages, I'm happy. Cool, so we might have Karkkonen gone. That's all right. They pay his wages for a season. It doesn't expire this year, does it? No. Pay his wages for a season, and then we get 45k out of the back of it. That wouldn't be too bad for us. Can they get it completed in 45 minutes, though? So are we too strong for Finland now, asked RJ. It's a fair question. It's a fair question. Now, we've won the league one season. KTP are a team that only got promoted 2 seasons ago. That's not been cancelled, so maybe they're able to loan outside of the window. There is this strange restricted transfer window, so maybe maybe that means they can pick him up outside of that time, which is still fine for us. Right, we have sold 1,500 season tickets. I swear that's more than our average attendance, isn't it, last season? Let's see. Attendances. So our record attendance so far in this save has been 1,800. Our record attendance in the first season was just 1,300. We are going places, guys. So maybe we are getting too big. But we'll see. We had that our second season. We won the Liigacup, and then we had a disappointing league campaign. Boo, Karkinen. We haven't shown yet that we can consistently dominate. So we'll see how things go. But if it is another season like last year where we only lost one game, it is quite possible that we get to the end of the season, we go, right, we need a bit more of a challenge from here on in. And whether that is looking to move within Finland, maybe see if we can cast our net a bit wider as well. Who knows? We'll see. So Hollyfab says, worst performance he's ever seen is the sprint from Johnny van Berkering at Feyenoord. A man who was doing the lines at a football pitch could sprint faster than him. Now, this is obvious. Thankfully, this isn't a family-friendly stream, because generally my experience is that people doing lines at a football pitch tend to move quite quickly. But I don't think those are the lines you were talking about. Real Betty says one of the worst individual performances they've seen is from Luan Poli, the goalkeeper for Coritiba versus Bahia in the Brazilian Serie A last September. 2 Septembers ago, September 2023. 3 errors leading to a goal and an overall disaster cross. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound good at all. Now for Koku Smelsh, Junior Diaz once lobbed his own keeper for the freakiest own goal I've seen in my life. Not that great considering that cost us a win, which would have kept us in the second Bundesliga for the first time in the club's history. Oh no. Oh, that is awful. That is awful. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So the best bit about you being out of sync is when your mic is still on, so we can hear you being 2 seconds out of time. Yes, I don't turn the mic off for those bits. I'm not that coordinated, let's face it. Night of Knee did say, I like the way you're scoring. Stavidsky, beautiful. Brazilian Fury remembers that Coritiba disaster class. Oh dear, it evidently is quite memorable. Right, let's head on here. So I see that RJ has redeemed a mystery minigame. If you're cool with that, RJ, what we'll do is we'll save it. I mean, we've got the break's going to be in about 20 minutes time. So we should get through this game against Cups, probably then end up on a break, and then we'll go through and play the minigame, if that's cool with you, my dude. It is Friday. Is it going to be tricky because it's Friday? Or because I wasn't able to stream on Wednesday? Is it going to be nice? It's going to feel like a virtual Wednesday, potentially. I suppose we'll find out. So, Real Betis says, apparently Fortuna means the finger in Somali. Now that is a one hell of a nickname. I don't want to know what kind of reputation you'd have to have if you were known as the finger. Football Manager is in. I know that's quite a confusing thing to say out loud, but welcome on in, Football Manager, over on YouTube. Buongiorno, even. Buongiorno. The extent of my Italian is as wide as the Americans in Inglourious Bastards. Right, Dahlstrom's injury means that Bauer can start. Can we get away with Diane on the bench? Nope, that means we don't have enough players. So that will be Karkinen. How is Daniel Enquist not homegrown? Because he was trained in Sweden. Oh, that's a bugger. Really? Oh, that's problematic. I mean, Akerake has been here for quite a while as well. He's only 23. He's spent his entire career in Finland, but unfortunately doesn't count as trained in Finland. We are definitely going to be stretched a little bit like this. So that means that Karkinen... We've got Kuitanen on the bench, so Atli Mani's come in on loan, but he might not get that much game time. He's probably going to be someone who ends up recalled. So that's a shame. So Real Betis asks, stadium expansion. We could potentially. So I think our capacity is around 2,500 to 3,000. We're not particularly close to filling it yet. So we're maybe not quite yet, but who knows? Who knows? So RJ asks about the rumours for Everton managers, and you will see that down at the bottom, which direction? Something like over there. There's like a big question that is surrounding today. Graham Potter going to West Ham, and Moyes potentially returning to Everton. Are they good decisions, do you think? Would you have liked to see other managers given a chance? Right, let's go with that. We've got good reactions from some people, so let's stick with them and just say I have faith in the rest. Here we go. Now, away games. This is really going to define how good we are this season. So Ladislav Almasi is in. Welcome in, Ladislav Almasi fan. Does anyone understand Serie A non-EU rules? You bought Neymar but can't register him. You sold Ola Aina to free up a spot, but it didn't help. So you have a missing forward and defender now. Oh, that is awful. That is awful. So Holly Fab commenting about the lines comment earlier, not the Robbie Fowler lines. How disappointing. It's Savalainen shot. Good start. Good start to the game so far. Let's make sure we make these count though. So Crudmo is content with Moyes for the time being. If he keeps us safe, that's all that matters until we can get into the new stadium and start to build a new club. Chance is Byron Giro. Byron Giro. I still don't know how to say his name. I haven't been at home most this week, so I haven't had a chance to do all my research. But there we go. 1-0. It's from a throw-in, but not our throw-in. Fortuna creates the space, whips in the cross. Byron Giro peels off his man, beats the fullback in the air, and that's 1-0. 1-0. Beautiful. RJ says whenever you want with the games. Fabulous. Well, that lasted long, didn't it, guys? So, who do we bring on? I think we just stick with Rockman. He is the obvious backup there. Yakub should be getting back for fitness, so he can replace him from the injury in due course, so that should be absolutely fine. So, Knight of Knee says, Gore Lamy, indeed. The Inglourious, that's the Brad Pitt line. You have in fact said that is the Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards as well. Yes, exactly. Right, so here's the cross. Can Cups pull one back? It's dealt with initially. Savalainen, and we're going to play it very dodgily inside our box. But here's Rockman, finds Fortuna out in space. The pass is a little bit like you want that pass to be in front of Fortuna, really, but it's okay. Now he can send the cross in. Lundberg gets the header. There we go. Lundberg 2-0. Lundberg. God, I love that kid. I mean, is he still a kid? He's probably still, only like 20 now, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, Hungerman has a striker that is 194 centimetres tall, but only wins 18% of their headers. That is bad. That is bad. Yeah, that is quite shocking. The Fartman strikes again. He does indeed. Man in the box. Fortuna assists masterfully. Good one from the finger. We do need to do that, in fact. Right, once we get to half time, let's add his nickname. Because he might not be Somalian, but it's a great nickname. Stavitsky gets the second ball. Can we create something here? Stavitsky tackled by Mito. Swings it in. Lundberg to make it 3, and that's over, unfortunately. That's not gonna do enough for us. A pretty decent half, we can say there. Position wise, like we're not like camped in their half, but we are kind of in control. We can see the half back dropping there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Momentum's been good as well, so I am pleased with that. Let's go to Fortuna. The finger. Now the real question is, will I remember why we called him the finger after today? Getting old, memory's not quite where it is. So Bill Houdini is back home from his Greek holidays. Missed a lot of streams, but saw you finally did it. Congrats on the title. Thank you very much, Bill. We have indeed finally done it. And now this is where we start to see whether we have found the breaking point in the Finnish league, where we've kind of established the team how we like, and maybe we start to dominate. We'll see. If that's the case, we might need another challenge. So Kwan is in. Welcome in, Kwan. Quick update before you head back to work. We're amazing. We're amazing. That's what it is. We won the Liigacup on Monday, so we now hold all 3 titles. We won the league last season. We won the Suomen Cup last season. We won the Liigacup at the beginning of this year. We're 2 games into the league. Well, this is the second game. We won our first one 5-0 against a team who just about survived last year. And yeah, so that's where we're at. We still don't have Olawale. We haven't bought him back, unfortunately. We've signed a couple of players. We've got Abu Bawa in on loan. We've got Edvin Basirovic, not Aaron Brokovic, in on loan as well. We signed Oni Sutari from Oulu when they got relegated, so we now have a backup target forward as well. Yeah, everything's kind of ticking along nicely. And the finger has been amazing, but he's tired, so off he comes. Enquist. Now, this is where I'd bring on Mane if we could have had him on the bench, but we can't, so we need to be mindful of that. But we will bring on Diane. Diane can swing across to that role. That should be good there. I think those changes should be absolutely fine. And let's see if we can get a third goal, hopefully. Ladisab Armasi says you have Ugachan Kichir, Harry Maguire, and now Neymar. So you're allowed to sign 3 non-EU players, apart from if you're not allowed to sign them. You do get a summary at the beginning of your season, don't you? It'll tell you how many non-EU players you can buy. It might be that it's Stavitsky rattles the bar. It might be a bug. You never know. But I think that once there's... So sometimes if you've got a certain amount of EU players at the club already, you can sign fewer overall. And that might impact whether you can get away with unregistering and registering someone new. So Matt says you can't register them all. You can have unlimited non-EUs, but can only sign 3 a season. There we go. So Fortuna raised his finger to Cups and says, give me the win. I mean, Fortuna said, give me the wind, I think would be the one we go for there. Right, Kim Mecho's lovely little turn there. Does a little pirouette on the ball for no apparent reason, the cheeky bastard. Istovitsky finds Lundberg. Lundberg shoots first time with his weaker foot. That's his last contribution of the game. On comes Sutari. And let's bring Queetonen on for Enquist. Kumecho is left-footed, so let's just swing him out there. Spare our man a little bit for the last few moments there. So you signed Einar this season and then sold him. I wonder if that could be the impact, perhaps. So damn, the team is actually good, Quan. The team does appear to be pretty solid, which is nice. It really feels like we've got players that we're happy with in every position. We have just lost our new shadow striker to injury 12 minutes in, 2 minutes after scoring a goal. And that winger picked up an injury as well, Basirovic. So, you know, we'll see how things come out after that. But before that... Feels good to get both those celebration songs out early. Now, I don't know if this is a knock-on effect from streaming. Well, not streaming per se, but these streams. But I'm not the kind of person that dances in public. I'm not the kind of person that dances at all. Let's be completely honest there. And I found that whilst I was on the train commuting this week, I was like dancing along in my little spot on the seat, and it's a brilliant way to stop people from sitting next to you, because who wants to sit next to the weirdo who's dancing along to themselves? So fabulous. Some unknown benefits from doing this. Right, so oh, that's a bit shit, isn't it? Byron Giro, our new signing. Is he our record signing as well? At 9 months with a cruciate ligament injury. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a bit of a bugger. So we signed him for 68k. He was at Sandvikings. His contract was due to expire last Christmas. So we looked to make a bid for him. Sandvikings extended his contract. They had a contract clause. But we decided he looked good and he looked like the right profile of player for us to bring in, even if we paid a fee for him, because he's decent in the air. He's got good pace. He can dribble. He can finish. He could play potentially behind the striker or as that target forward as well. Well, that's one hell of a season. He made 7 appearances for us, scored 4 goals, including a hat-trick, playing as that attacking midfielder. He looked like he was going to be the final piece of the puzzle. Doesn't look that way. But thankfully, we did sign someone else. We signed Antonio Jakub, a Swedish player, a Swedish Syrian player who can also play in that role. He's ended up with a bit of an injury before the season started, so at least we've got a replacement in mind. But yeah, that's shit. That is rather shit. Right, and Basirovic picked up an injury late in the game. He's out for 3 to 4 weeks. That's a little bit easier to deal with. Real Betties, thank you very much for that bit of information, because seeing the headline, "The Finger Performance Pleases Sherland," is amazing. What Sherland gets up to is, I'm not one to judge. I am not one to judge whatsoever, but that is a beautiful, beautiful story. Right, so our changes that we need to, let's rest these guys. Got another game in 3 days' time, so that'll be Rockman is in. Jakub onto the bench. Dahlstrom should be back by then, won't he? He'll be back in 1 day's time. I think that means we've got enough on the bench that regard as well. So can we bring Atli Mane back in? We can. I suppose there we go. Those 2 injuries have helped us a little bit with our registration issues. So, you know, we win some, we lose some, right? Oh my. So let's see what I've missed there. Indeed, I do apologise. So Neymar hasn't been playing for the national team, so that's possibly a reason. That's interesting to know. Awesome. Rich is in. Welcome in, Rich. We need Jodie Whittaker in that video. She could most definitely come into that video as well. Yeah. Do I still have the original files for it? It's pretty easy to make, isn't it? Pretty easy to do that. So let's see. Right. No, don't do that, sir. So what's Hollyfab doing? Oh, marry a hoe. No, do marry a hoe. Marry as many hoes as you possibly can. Right. Is that true to Crodmo? What did Crodmo say? Pull off the finger. No comment. No comment. Yes, the cruise ship. We've got an oops. We've got an ouch. ACAP says, who doesn't want to dance? That's fair. RJ, Dance with the Stars season 27 is waiting for you. Yeah, there's definitely a 2 left feet kind of guy. That would be being polite. Crodmo says, I don't even like to leave his house or talk to other people. Let her go alone, go dancing. Exactly. Like a little bit of a pump. A little bit of a pump. It's usually as far as I go. But you know, I'm clearly changing. I'm happy to now shake some shoulders on a train. Who knows? By the end of next year, I might even be willing to leave the house. Could happen. Right, we've got another game pretty soon. So what we're going to do, we're not going to play this game right away. We're going to head into a break. We're then going to play a little mini game when we come back. And then we face off against Ekinas. Isn't that marvellous? I'm going to see you guys in roughly about 3 or 4 minutes. Hello. I do apologise. You caught me as I was on a break. Was being healthy rather than going out for a vape. I was stuffing my face with something fruity. Welcome on in. Hello, Moo. How was the remainder of your stream? Did you manage to get hold of a goalkeeper? How was karaoke? I have so many questions. Welcome on in, Moo and Raiders. Lovely to see you all. Now, by now, I assume that everyone who was in here before should already know Moo streams. If you don't, you most definitely should be heading along and watching her stuff. She is so entertaining, absurdly entertaining. To have that much natural charisma is almost sickening. It's genuinely worrying, but a lovely stream. Ladislav, our massive fan, can most definitely testify to that as well, as Moo has recently signed said Ladislav Almasi. So yes, how was the remainder of the stream? You managed to avoid karaoke, thankfully. Marvellous. Karaoke, nice idea for Musterman. I've still haven't been able to work out a situation. Like I bought some wired headphones the other week as well, and there's still a lag, which is, I mean, you've heard me sing. It's bad enough when I'm singing on time, but there we go. Welcome in, Enris. Welcome in, James. Lovely to see you guys. Welcome in, Craig, as well. Craig says, streamer with the best hair, Moona's streams. Streamer hides hair. I do hide my hair because it's been in a hat all day. So without it, it's all just very like knotted and horrendous. So there you go. You see some hair for a bit. And then it hides almost immediately. Bless you, Moo. Bless you. Right, so let's welcome you and let's tell you a little bit about what's going on. And then we're going to be playing a little bit of a mini game. We're going to do a round of guess the player. So we do little mini games here, which is a redeem. But I will let you know a little bit about what we're doing here. We are currently in charge of a team called IFK Mariehamn. They're based in Finland in an archipelago just to the west of the mainland. And it's an autonomous region. They have their own government. They speak Swedish as an official language. And so they're kind of not very Finnish, really. And that's why we're here, is because it's something a little bit different. We're trying to add a bit of a Swedish touch to the team as well. And we're doing all right. We're in season 4. We're just 2 games into the league. We won the league for the first time last season, losing just 1 game. We also won the Suomen Cup, and we've won the Liigacup earlier on this year as well. So we're doing all right. We will be heading into our first Champions League campaign in about 2 months' time, which could be a real opportunity for us to take it to the next level. We have some wonderful players. So let me introduce you to a couple of our best players. And I will warn you guys, I play attributeless. So I don't get to see the exact details of the players. We have a vague idea of what's going on. So if I pop down here, we've got a lovely little key. So this is Billy Cumecho, the former Liverpool youngster. We were able to sign him on a free transfer before the 3rd season. He is elite at jumping. That means he's somewhere between 16 and 20 for jumping, but we don't know the exact figures. He's okay at quite a lot of things: acceleration, pace, tackling, aggression, marking, positioning. That's somewhere between 11 and 15. Again, we don't know. He could be at the bottom end of those ranges, could be at the top end. Who knows? He's not good at making decisions. He's average at decision making, somewhere between 6 and 10, and he's absolutely shite at off the ball, somewhere between 1 and 5. But he is one of our key players. We signed him, and from that point onwards, we haven't looked backwards. We focus instead on statistics. So I think you may have seen this on a couple of Moo's streams back in FM23 when we still had numbers. We look at these charts and we go, oh, look, there are some big slices. That's good. And that's what we're ultimately aiming for. So, Unknown PT, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Cumecho is amazing. Does he give good head? He does give good head. Look at that. He's already got 3 goals in 9 games for us this season. The man is big. He's 6'5". He could give Pappy a run for his money. That's for sure. That is for sure. So Cumecho is like our star defender. He's come in, he's really solidified things at the back there. We have a winger, a guy called Timo Stavitsky. Timo Stavitsky is a guy we signed on a free transfer again, who's like a proper player. He's got 0.51 expected assists per 90. To put that in context, a really good winger will have somewhere around 0.24, 25. He is absolutely incredible at getting down the wing, sending in a cross. He is god-awful at shooting. We have seen him very, very often getting into shooting places and tamely passing the ball to the keeper, but that's not what he's there for. He is here purely to get down that wing and send in crosses. And the man he sends crosses to is the incredible 20-year-old Arvid Lundberg. He's our 6'4" striker. He could give Papi a run for his money. Look at that jumping reach, that determination. He's not necessarily good at heading, but he doesn't need to be. The guy's 6'4". If he jumps, he's winning the header anyway. At this level, if you get something on target, there's a pretty good chance that you've managed to score. Let's be fair. So he's had a tricky start to this season. Only 2 goals, but last year he became our guaranteed starter. 16 goals in 26 games. Signed a new contract. He is my beau. He is my Pappy. For those of you who come over from Moose streams, Arvid Lundberg is a star. Now, Johnny Trotter has very kindly pointed out we should also head on over to the finger. This man, I've learnt today that his surname, when you translate it into Somalian, means the finger, so we've only just changed it. However, we do need to reveal his actual name because it is quite amazing. This man is Boris Fart Tuna. Boris Fart Tuna. What a name. What a name. We signed him on a loan without seeing any of his attributes or any of his performance data, and he was amazing. He came in last season. The first start, whilst he was on loan, just the 3 goals and 8 assists in 17 games. Not too bad. Not too bad. Then we got him in the midsummer point for transfer. He scored 8 goals in the last 14 games. Absolutely carried us to the title. Boris Fortuna is a legend in the making, and he already likes me. We are Mika Aratalo, the former Championship manager legend, Mika Aratalo. It's there. That is kind of where we are with the save. Now we're going to head into a little mini game. Do need to say, by the way, thank you, Daniel Debo91 and Big Man on Campus for the follows. Really, really appreciate it. In fact, lovely to see you here in particular, Chuck. Now, can I read everything and then type it correctly? Because Big Man on Campus is someone else you should definitely give a follow. A very lovable and entertaining. We've raided out to him, I believe, in the past. Maybe it was a couple of weeks ago. So I do suggest if you haven't gone on over and followed him yet, most definitely do. Right, so let's head on over into a game. We're going to play a round of Guess the Player. Now, this is a thing we do over here where after our, like, when the ad breaks come, I go on a little break because I need to, like, sustenance and poison. And sometimes because I'm fat, I just need to stand up and stretch my legs. And when we come out of it, there's a little mini games that you can redeem. And we've got a few options here. We've got Guess the Player, we've got Only Connect, and we've got Missing 11. We're going to play a round of Guess the Player. You're going to see 4 pictures of a player's profile in Football Manager 24. You're going to see the positions that they play. You'll see their attributes and their traits. You'll see their scout report, and you'll see the clubs that they've played for. Your job is to guess the player as early as you possibly can. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. And there's this like lovely little leaderboard just below my face right here. So it's pride. You win pride, essentially. So let's head on over to the first clue. Just chunk your guesses. Like, you don't get timed out. If you fail with one of your guesses, there's no harm done by it. So you can just keep on guessing one after the other. And you can see that Holifab, before it was even revealed, went for DeMarco. And RJ has corrected him that we're talking actually about DeMarco with no space in there at all, which is a little bit of an in-joke. But we're getting some proper guesses in. Now, some of those came before we actually did anything there. So Harry Maguire, Aldricus, and then some proper guesses. Serginho Dest off the top is a very, very fine guess. It's not Serginho Dest, unfortunately. Definitely not Vangelis Pavlidis. It's Pedro Porro. Altfarby and Enrice have gone for Porro. It's not Porro. It's definitely not Reece Nelson, unfortunately. It's not Dallo, which is a fine guess as well. Reece James is a great guess. João Cancelo. João Cancelo is a great guess as well. Unfortunately, we're not right at the moment. It's not Rafael Guerreiro. It's not Mazraoui. It's not Stanisic. It's not Mukiele. Is it Benjamin Henrichs? It's not Benjamin Henrichs. Nor is it Klosterman or Marla. Let's move on to the next clue, see if this helps at all. This is a player who, pretty good mentally. Great determination, great teamwork, great work rate, good natural fitness. Not necessarily that good technically. Lots of 12s across the board there. 12s for crossing and dribbling and passing and marking and tackling. It's not quite a technical player. Not too bad physically. No traits. No traits are the thing that I would probably stick to in particular. So, is it Mazraoui's been guessed there again. We've got Kadioglu, which is a fine guess. Ferdy, it isn't Ferdy. It's definitely not Gary Neville, unfortunately. Could it be Carl Walker-Peters? It can't. It can't be Carl Walker-Peters. Well, it could be, but it's not. Is it Garathabel or Dedic or Livramento? It's neither of those. Oh, a guess coming in for Ignis van der Bremt. I love the name Ignis van der Bremt. It's not Ignis van der Bremt, but I do like his name. Hung De Min correctly points out that it's got low composure and decision making. They are the weaknesses there. So it isn't. So far, we haven't had any correct guesses there. So it's not Darmian. It's definitely not Remco van der Schaaf. It's not Oyono or Livramento or Young or Bradley or Dorgu or Tomiyasu or Coyote, but they are all fine guesses. Let's see if this helps at all. We're looking for a decent Bundesliga player. Now, we've mentioned a lot of... There's been quite a few Bundesliga pet players mentioned so far, and we've not had any of them yet. So, Stenzel was a fine guess. We had Sardella guessed as well. It's neither of those, unfortunately. Tomiyasu obviously has now been ruled out, as has Fresneda, but they were fine guesses. Try Hume as well isn't in there. Schmidt, Bowie, Ryerson, Frimpong, Barr, all fantastic guesses, but they're not. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Is it Wagnerman? It's not Wagnerman. Is it Stefan Reuter? It's not Stefan Reuter. It's not Fischer. We've had Henrichs again. Got Nico Schultz come in there. Is it Ridley Baku? Says El Norby. And we've got Nets being guessed as well. We've got Kutu being guessed. However, we do have a correct guess come in. Now, basing on what we've got, that either means it's Out Farby, who's just said Felix Agu, or it's Hung De Min, who said Joe Scally a little while ago. Now, Hung De Min, unfortunately, has this awful track record of getting his guesses in just after someone else. But not this time. Not this time. It is indeed Gladbach's Joe Scally. Beautiful guess there. Marvellous. The American. And it always throws you off when you go Bundesliga. You expect it to be a German player there, but I thought Now, I don't want to pick fights. That's definitely not my style. I don't want to be confrontational. But just last week, someone was complaining that the games were about the FA. That one of the games was about the FA Cup and didn't have anything to do with German football. And now we have an answer that's German football. Did they get it right? No. I know, Lukmar. I'm just trying to wind you up. It's all good. All good. Marvellous work there, Hung De Min. A well-deserved 2 points. Unbelievable, Jeff, says Jonathan Edwards. Indeed. So Hung De Min says an America sweep. Hope he can play together with Anthony Robinson at the national team. That is a great mixture of fullbacks, both from the right and the left. I really like Anthony Robinson. So Look, Mars says, I wanted to give the others a chance. That's very graceful of you indeed. Right, let's head on in to our third game of the season. So Jakub is now on the bench. Hopefully we can get him up to fitness. Dahlstrom is probably ready to come in. So he was only out for like 3 days, so that's absolutely fine. He can come in there. That gives Diane as our more attacking defensive midfielder. Bauer can focus on being the defensive cover there. And yeah, I think we'll try and bring on Jakub quite early if we possibly can. The only problem being Does Karkinen... Karkinen should probably be on the bench. Because we have neither Basirovic or Byron Giro, we can't just have Jakub as the only player who can cover behind and on the wings. So we'll see. We'll see how that's going to go. And we head in. Let's see if we can make it 3 wins out of 3. Right, so where's the questions about Scottish football then, says James. You'll have to come back. That's the problem. You'll have to come back and hope that there's going to be a question about Scottish football at some point. What do we have? I wonder if I have any Scottish things. Now, here's the problem: is when I prep these, I then kind of forget what they are pretty much immediately. Like, I can't actually remember what the next games are. I can remember what the next guest the player is. I do know what the missing 11 is. I can't remember what the only connects are at all. No, I can. One of them definitely isn't Scottish football, but the other one might be. Who knows? Right, we're going to tell them again we expect to win. That's why we like Billy. Look at that response from Billy. He knows what it's all about. We're going to tell everyone that we expect a good performance, apart from the forwards, because Lundberg was already quite happy. Let's head on into this then. Craig asked, by the way, did you pick this team knowing where they were located? And if so, how did you find that out? So I did a working holiday there about 9 years ago now. Might be 10 years, coming up to almost 10 years ago. So I've been to Mariehamn, I've been to the Åland Islands. They're a lovely, lovely place. It's in the middle of summer as well. So because of how north it is, there's a really, really long days. So the sun would set at like 11 p.m. at night and then be rising again at 2 a.m. in the morning, which is such a surreal experience. Stavitsky! Unlucky. So part of the journey, I flew out to Stockholm and then got a ferry over from Stockholm over to the Åland Islands. And it was a night ferry. So I'd be out there on the deck reading my book as the sun went down, and we're 1-0 down. No, not Ekenas. For some context, I don't think we've lost to Ekenas yet. They usually never have a shot against us. But for Fana, Pills off his man. Disappointing. So James is expecting a Scottish League 2 player next stream. Oh, can you imagine how upset people would be if they had to guess that level down? Good save there. Lundberg's header. Should have been the equaliser. Did Dahlstrom get a red card this season? Not yet, RJ. He didn't even pick up a booking in his first game, to be fair, and then he picked up a slight injury for our second one. But we did keep him as captain. That happened off stream. We had I was thinking of taking the captaincy off him as a result of his 2 red cards last season. Right, what can the finger do here? The finger can find Lundberg. Lundberg sends it in. Rockman. Oh, Rockman. If that was Byron Giro, that would have been 1-1. Right, we've not been great. Only the four shots so far this half. After this, we're just going to try and push them into the last 5 minutes. As Della Casa, great save there. So we'll start off with adding Be More Expressive. We've got 67% of the ball share, but we're not creating that many chances, so we can take a few more risks in the final third. And then when that change takes place, we are going to fire them up as well. Let's hope that makes a difference. So Rahimi sends it in. Wrighton gets there first. Rishtad gets the second ball. Rahimi back to Rishtad on the edge of the area. Rishtad fires over. Snore, he put his arm up. Snore wanted to make it look like he was making an effort, but there was no worry there. I think we're going to move to the 4-4-2 and chuck Centauri on. But can we equalise just before the break? Last 28 seconds of the half. Rockman finds Enquist, runs through. Here's Wrighton on the edge of the area. Wrighton's never scoring that. Wrighton is never scoring that. Well, there's a match momentum graph for you, right? My word. We have had them camped in their own half a bit, but we're not creating those chances. So we're just that one chance that we saw right at the end of the half. So we simply have to be better, which is fair. We will go, that one's the 4-4-2, isn't it? So on comes Oni Sutari. He's a big boy. He can be a target forward there. Let's add Be More Expressive back as well. And this is exactly the same tactic, apart from with the Shadow Striker pushed up. A couple of changes of roles. Just saves us having to go through that whilst we're on stream. Stavitsky apparently is struggling. Something to be mindful of there as well. Right, where are you, Oni Satari? I have faith in you. I have faith in you, Oni Satari. You will be the hero, wearing number 93, coming on for our Shadow Striker wearing the number 2. RJ wonders if there's even a Division 2 in Scotland. Not real. It's not real at all. At the far post, the header is over. Right, come on, lads. Lost to Ekenas would be bad. At least that means that maybe we aren't particularly dominant. So, look, Mars being naughty and ordered McDonald's. We'll fall into a food coma to your docile tones afterwards. I will try and keep it. I'll try and keep it quiet and nice and soothing from here on in. Musterman ASMR is not a thing that anyone wants. Let's face it. That would be quite repulsive. But I wouldn't consider McDonald's naughty at all. Friday is for takeaway. Like, that's got to be done. Here's Fortuna's shot straight at the keeper. Disappointing. So Craig says, great story for how to get a save idea for a team lots of people probably haven't heard of. Exactly. I think there are so many interesting teams out there. Lundberg's header is blocked. Right. Good start to this second half so far. Is Scotland even a real country? Asks Olifab. It's not. They keep on trying to pretend to be one. That's why they ask for an independence referendum, so no one can actually go there to find out that it doesn't actually exist. So James says, ex-Love Island star, Uzi C, Scottish League 2 finest. There we go. Oni Sutari. Whilst I was trying to work out what Uzi C means, I guess that's a name, I didn't actually see the goal. But our substitution made the difference. Enquist with the header. Here's the finger. Finger has time to look up, send the ball forward. Sutari times his run to perfection. A lovely volley on his weaker foot as well. Beautiful stuff. So yeah, I agree. Scotland is made up purely to scare the English. There's this small strip of land where a group of men stand in kilts with their sporrans and their skeen doos, and they pretend that behind there is a whole country. It's actually the end of England. But as long as no one ever gets past and they're scared off before they get that far, they'll never know. Right, here's the finger. He's already created one goal so far. Can he create another? He sends it in. There we go, Sutari. What a save! Oh, what a save from Hansen. Much better in the second half here. As Enquist sends in the corner, Kumetio beaten to the air by Lindholm. Stavitsky gathers. Stavitsky plays it inside to Kumetio. Across, surely? Nope, he goes back to Wrighton and the chance peters out. There's a standard. So Holifab reckons we should just annex Scotland. That's if they scared the English, we would have rebuilt Hadrian's Wall. That's fair. That is fair. Right, here's Stavitsky. He's not had a great game so far, but he meets his man. Can he get the cross in? He can. He finds Sutari. It runs through. That's a penalty, ref. That is clearly a penalty. Disgraceful. Savalainen sends a cross in. Lundberg gets there ahead of the keeper. Eesh. That was a pretty awful header. Right, Stavitsky once again to Dahlstrom, back to Reitinen. Savalainen. Why do you pass out of the box in that situation? But here's the finger to Stavitsky, to Savalainen. Stavitsky is clearly scared of shooting. He's had too many situations where he's missed good chances that as soon as he gets into a good position, he just shits the bed. Just shits the bed, quite frankly. So, does that mean... I think we're going to see how Jakub gets on. His reintroduction, he can play on the side there. KOK is going to come off. Diane is a slightly more aggressive player in that regard. So Anchor isn't much more of an aggressive role, but he can just not... Still doing the defensive stuff, but not dropping into the defensive line. And then we're going to bring on Atli Mane as well, because I don't like players on a yellow card. Not going to change anything tactically, because we've played really well this second half. I'll say that, and now all the momentum's going to die. Dahlstrom sends it to Savalainen. Nope, Savalainen just stops running for it. Fortunately, we gather the clearance. Diane to Savalainen. Savalainen beats his man. Savalainen. then does that. Jakub all the way back to Diane. Diane all the way back to Reitinen. Here's Atli Mani. Atli Mani can send a good cross in. It's okay, but Sutari's never going to be able to head that on target, let's face it. We have ASMR ball here. That would be from money ball to ASMR ball. Sorry, from money ball to ASMR ball. Watch as Lundberg sends it into Sutari, and that is 2-1. A lovely, lovely bit of play between our young 20-year-old 6'4" striker and our new signing, Oscar Sutari. Oscar Sutari makes it 2-1. Lundberg gathers, volleyed cross through the keeper's legs. Nutmegs. Nutmegs. Please stop ASMR or I leave, I swear. That is fair. It made me feel very, very uncomfortable doing that. Right, we can go back to the half back there. And our last change potentially is... Yeah, let's bring off Dahlstrom. Just have some extra fresh legs in the middle there. As Finger looks to send in the corner. Here is Finger. Sends it in. Sutari with a hat-trick. Sutari. Oni Sutari. Now that's a substitution. That is a substitution. At half-time, we threw him on. We went 2 up top. And Oni Sutari looking to take Lundberg's starting role off him. He just can't stop scoring. Right. That's got to see us through, right? Richtad. Ekenas have barely created anything. If they score a second here, Della Casa in, cross to Taimi now. Taimi sends the ball over the top. Kumecho, bit of a weak header. DN gets round the outside, shoots, not going anywhere. We're okay with that. We're okay with that. They have had 5 shots, to be fair. I think that's their first shot this half, though, so not too much to be concerned about. As we head into the last few moments, this is surely it. Just 6 seconds remaining. Ekenas with Richtad. Rogic shoots from distance. It's blocked by Reitinen. The Finger comes away. It was offside anyway. Come on, ref. Blow that whistle. Blow that whistle. Blow that whistle. Blow. Blow, ref. I want you to blow. All I ask of you from ref is just a quick blow. He's not doing it. He's teasing us. He's teasing us in these final few moments. Bauer into Savalainen and back to Reitinen. Nothing's happening, ref. Just blow. There we go. The reason I wanted him to blow was because that means we've won a home game. Beautiful. Welcome on in, people who aren't familiar with our streams. That was a little bit of Lordi. Lordi, quite famously a Finnish band. Oni Sutari, quite famously now a Finnish hero. He is unstoppable. What an amazing impact he's had so far. I think that's his 7th goal in only a matter of games. That keeps our 100% record going strong. Gotta be happy with that. Gotta be happy with that. Training. Let's get these guys on a rest. So he was on like a goal, like 1.5 goals every 90 before that game. It's up to 2.11 goals per 90. Surely for the next game. Oh, it's a cup game, so he's definitely going to start our next game. We've got a Swarman Cup game against a team called Kiffen. I'm guessing that might be Lane Kiffen FC. Lane Kiffen references. Oh dear, we are getting a little bit obscure. Give it to Sutari to the tunes of Gimme, Gimme, Gimme. Give it to Ani Sutari. I can see how that works. The next trick is whether I've got any chance of singing. So let's see. I do apologise. I do find it quite difficult to keep up with chat. As a football fan, went that the ASMR was like if golf commentators commented football. There were suggestions that I was doing a David Attenborough impression. Probably not that far off, to be fair. What's the difference between a Musterman stream and an ASMR stream? Hopefully an ASMR streams are much more relaxing than some god-awful Lordy and occasional bits of Alice in Chains in there. We beat KTP like 5-0. Okay, interesting. Not bad start so far. Not bad there. So maybe we need to commentate as David Attenborough from here on in. Maybe that is the approach. It's probably far less grating than my voice normally. So let's see. Such a tease. That referee was a tease at the end there. That ball is getting blue. Indeed. Craig says, "Oh, that was Lordy. That was Lordy indeed." Right, Sal Jose are from the same city and they're playing the 4th tier. So talking about Internazionale from Porto Alegre, there are lots of lower league teams around there too. So that was the team that Craig found out about. Not the same though if it isn't the team she supports. No, maybe not. Monty Kiffin rather. Go for Monty Kiffin. Now there's a reference. There's a reference. So Kiffin Vermal Zusamen? Mustermann? I do I need to translate? Kiffin Vermal Zusamen. I definitely need to translate those. No way I'm going to know what that says. Right, okay. I see what Kiffin is. Vermal Zusamen. I'm spelling it wrong. It didn't want to let me copy it, so now that will have to be saved for Musterfest whenever that happens. Although I'm a good boy nowadays. I must have to admit I'm a very, very boring good boy. So for those that don't know, Kiffin, it's weed. In particular, for a reasonable amount of time whilst I was using Google Translations, it was suggesting it was very specifically sweet weed. Not that we want to comment about the quality. I would definitely prefer good quality than bad quality, but it seems weird that it would need to insist of its quality. So the best blunt rotation, the worst blunt rotation ever, Kaku Smelsh. I mean, you've seen me dance, you've seen me sing. Imagine that after a smoke. That'd be horrendous. So RJ says West Ham wants Rashford. Really? Interesting. So did I catch that the world's oldest person is a football-loving nun and an Inter fan? Now there's a stat for you. That is one hell of a stat. By the way, Bam Bam, I just seen that you redeemed the mini game. I do apologise for only just noticing that. If you're cool, we will do that after the next break, if that's all right. Right, so let's bring in all the reserves for this game against a team that aren't exactly going to cause us much trouble, or we hope not anyway. Diane Sutari's in. Atle Mani can come in. Harkonnen even gets his chance. He's going to come on the left. Right, who do we give a rest to entirely? We give a rest entirely to Kumetio. So what? Yeah, both our centre backs can rest entirely. We can play a Kereke there if we need to in the second half. That should be absolutely fine. Loads of players are struggling for fitness, and that's why we love these competitions, the chance to get them some fitness. FC Kiffin 08. The player called Flagerstrom up front. That is a good name. I do like the name Flagerstrom. Right, let's head on in. Should be a comfortable win. So Musterfest plans are firming up. So far, all we know is that apparently there's going to be some weeding of the garden indeed. Hungermin says West Ham sending long balls for Kudus and Rashford. I want that. Okay, fair dues. I definitely. You want surely. You want like Kudus on the ball properly. You don't want him chasing long balls. You want him in those gaps in behind doing like crazy little dribbles and stuff. Gotta love a bit of. I love Kudus. Thank you, by the way, Bam Bam, for the confirmation there. Very much appreciate it. Whee! I don't even know what division FC Kiffin are in. Generally speaking, at this round of the cup, they're all like non-league teams, so we probably won't celebrate the goals. Or I won't anyway. Kick and Rash. I see what you did there. But Rich clicked on the totally not fake URL.com, and there wasn't even anything amusing there. That feels like a missed opportunity. Was there actually something held there, or is it possible to buy the domain? Because we could be the solution to that. So Crodmo hasn't had time to build an entire fake website yet. No excuse whatsoever. So Cocky's has a question for the chat. What team was the last one to win a championship in a match staged in Nuremberg? So Crodmo has gone for Deutsche FC Prague. It is just a non-existent link. Right, that means we definitely need to buy the domain and make use of it. It feels like that there should be something at a website with that domain. Austria Wien has gone Johnny Trotter. Like, who would you say won the Nuremberg rally? I don't feel it's the kind of thing that you can win, but that's what I would go for. If only. So there we go. Probably not an appropriate joke. I do apologise. So Craig's got to run. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Thank you very much for dropping in. Lovely to see you, my dude. So there's been no correct guesses for the Nuremberg question yet, says Cocky's Melch. Yeah, I'm happy. We're 1-0 up isn't exactly great, but yeah, that's fine. Jakub's not having a great time of things. So Dahlstrom probably does need some more game time. He can come in for Barber. Barber is at full fitness. Other than that, I don't think we need to make changes. We'll probably bring Enquist off just to spare him a little bit in the second half. And we might possibly look at seeing Jakub a little bit higher up as well. So Zenergy has gone for Bayern. Lukmar has gone for Nuremberg, which seems to be a pretty fair thing to guess. Crodmo's gone for Hockenheim. Holifab has gone for Nuremberg as well. St. Pauli has been suggested. Is it Aston Villa? Or Karl Zeiss Jena? Or Werder Bremen? Or Berliner Dynamo? Some fabulous guesses coming. Have we got a correct guess yet, Cocky's Melch? Have we got a correct guess yet? Right, let's see. Are we about to concede to Kiffin? It's Rautiola from best part of 30 yards. It's a pretty decent free kick and punched away a long way by the keeper. Artie Marty doing his job. Artie Marty doing his job. Enquist back to Martinen. Sends the ball long and forwards. No one's going to get there, but here's Stavitsky. Stavitsky sends the ball into Jakub. There we go. Jakub is finally having a decent game. His return from injury marked with a lovely finish. A beautiful first-time finish. And it was created by that man. That man, Stavitsky. Timo Stavitsky. You think he's going to cross. Instead, he plays a lovely little ball in there. And on the half volley. Beautiful stuff. So if you counted only professional championships, then Nuremberg would have counted. But that's not what we're going for. Right. Our mark has come. That can be Enquist being spared a little bit. Kerake can fill in defence. Rockman to perhaps come on for Stavitsky. Give Stavitsky a little bit of a rest for the last part of the game. I think that should be okay. Faith, come on in there. So it's Würzburg. Würzburg, nice. So when was that? How far back do you have to go for that? But it was just last year in a semi-professional league. Oh, okay. You don't have to go back that far at all. So we're all presuming it was a football championship. So was it football? Is it Würzburg Kickers or is it Würzburg handball team perhaps? What other sports are there? Why can't I think of other sports? Würzburg rugby? Here's Rockman. Rockman denied. Oh, poor Danny Rockman. I think he scored once since we made a song for him. So it was Würzburg Kickers. Fair enough. Right, here's the cross. Hulkinen gets it clear. Karkinen on the ball now. I'm a bit disappointed in this performance from the reserves. I know some of them weren't match fit, but not been great. Not been great. Right, Mane to take the corner. By virtue of being left-footed, he's going to be our corner taker for the rest of this game. Basketball is big here too. Okay, that would have been a fair shout. Basketball is currently the world's greatest sport as well, as my my wonderful Cleveland Cavaliers have only lost 4 games in 37 this season. They just beat the second-seeded team on, was that Wednesday evening? I think it might have been Wednesday evening. Yeah, we could very, very potentially be on track for the record for most wins of the season. Great save from Martin. Great save from Martin there. Germans like NFL as well. Indeed, they do. No, not according to ACAB, though. He says no. I mean, they've got the NFL game now, so there's got to be a reasonable amount of a following. Right, Jakub, can he do anything here? Was he going to run away from goal? He's just going to run away. We don't want to shoot. Karkinen does, and he sends it over. Bless him. Bless him indeed. People have redeemed hydrates, and I definitely should, because that voice is starting to sound a little hoarse. Right, Yelatuba sends the cross in. Here's Koski. Koski's going to... That's a good tackle. No penalty. Absolutely fine. Shot blocked. We get it clear. Kiffin have caused us some problems. Not bad. But they've had as many shots as Ekenas did, to be fair to them. Right, here's Metzner out to Koski. Koski pushes down the outside, gets past Mane. Doesn't quite. Mane manages to keep him turning back inside. Here's Yelatupa. I feel like we've played against a Yelatupa before. Rowty early to Koski. That should have been 2-1. Oh, that's an awful miss. An awful miss indeed. Is that the same Yelatupa we've played against before? Well, he's just come off now. So we might never find out. Wheaton at the near post. Can't get there. They get it clear. That's got to be the end of the game. It is the end of the game. Right, so where is... Was that Yelatupa the Yelatupa we've played up against before? No, it's not. No, it's not. He used to play for us, in fact. A former Ajax player. Was he on loan back in 2020? Or did we save him? So he went from Ajax to Ajax, came on loan to us, and now is back in Finland in the 3rd division. They're a 3rd division team, and we only won 2-0, which is probably a little bit disappointing. Let's be honest. So Heston asks, why the Cleveland connection? I actually quite enjoy that city. Have family connections as well. Polish food and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame are good things to have. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame does seem like quite a cool place to go visit. So Aston Villa were taken over by Randy Lerner in 2006, I want to say. It might have been 2004. And so, as an Aston Villa fan, I'd watched a lot of NFL because I used to work in the pub industry, which means that I'd often finish work at like 1 a.m. in the morning, and the only thing that would be on TV at that time would be American football. So I watched quite a lot of that. Once Randy Lerner took over, it was kind of a good reason to support a team. So I was like, right, okay, I've got a link through Aston Villa to pick Cleveland Browns. And if I'm going to support the Cleveland Browns, I might as well adopt all the Cleveland teams. It's as good a connection as any I'm going to have, rather than just picking, say, a good team. Because that's boring. Winning things is boring. So there we go. Lookmar says, I like a sport that's 5 adverts interrupted by 12 seconds of headbutting each other in the middle of a field. Perfect, isn't it? Perfect. So now, I would say one of the reasons why I like NFL is because of cricket. Now, Test cricket is an excuse to drink for 5 days. You don't really watch the sport. And the same happens with NFL. Like, NFL isn't about paying 100% attention at all moments. It's about having it on in the background, listening out for when the commentators get really excited, and then watching the replays. So that's my take on it anyway. Right, we've lost our reserve goalkeeper for 5 weeks. And Per Edlund is out on loan. So that means our other young goalkeeper who we got a couple of years ago, Jesper Soderman, is now going to be our reserve goalkeeper for the next few games. Do we need to register him? We don't. We will need to give him a number. He can get the number 39. I've always liked 39 as a goalkeeper number. So yeah, we'll have to make do with that, I guess. Randy Lerner sounds like Teacher Smut. He really does. He really does. So Rich reckons that the Crablungs reckons that I need to keep the voice gravelly. I'd love to if I could control it, that'd be great. But yeah, if it gets too gravelly, eventually it goes entirely, which is actually, that might be an advantage. If I can't speak anymore, you don't have to listen, which is, yeah, okay. We won't hydrate, we won't lubricate the voice at all. It gives a statesman-like authority, says which we can definitely not statesman-like, definitely not. So have I heard about Watson rupturing his Achilles again? I have indeed. And can you see how upset I am by that? It couldn't happen to a nicer bloke, eh? Couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. So US football is too slow for RG. Fair enough. As I say, I like that you don't have to pay attention all the time. Crablungs is a fan of Test cricket. Test cricket is the only cricket. None of that white ball stuff. Don't give me that short form cricket nonsense. So Night of Knee says the Cavs are not the same as the 80s Cavs. It used to be a punishment to be traded to Cleveland in the NBA. I mean, let's be fair, Night of Knee. Outside of the LeBron James era, Cavs have generally sucked. It's only really been the last few years we've been good. So if you think of the times when we had Anthony Bennett. Oh god, that Anthony Bennett pick. See, that's traumatic. Like, for a long time, Big Z was our best player. We certainly weren't completely awful. And certainly like the Mark Price era for Cavs was not too bad. But it's only been in the last few years we've actually looked like a decent team again, which is quite nice. And for us to be number 1 seeds, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Right, here we go. Into a game against FC Hacker. Right, what does this mean for our player availability? We've got Snore, Savalainen, Whitening, Kumetio, Enquist. Cheers, El Norby. Dahlstrom hasn't been playing great. Diane is close enough to full fitness that I think we're going to start Diane alongside a Kerike. Stavitsky out there, the finger. And then we're going to start with our double striker formation. Sutari and Lundberg as the strike force. Soderman on the bench. Queetonen. Dahlstrom on the bench. Rockman. So that's our 9 players that we need to have. That's all right. So Mana, Bauer, Jakub on the bench there. That kind of keeps us sorted out. And it looks like our area of need is the central midfield area coming in early into the season. So let's see how we go. So Night of Need, did I start rooting for them in one of the low periods or more recently? So I started rooting for them at the same time I started rooting for the Cleveland Browns. As I say, it was the Cleveland connection that went for it. So it must be around 2006. So it was early LeBron. They did have LeBron at the time though, but it was whilst he was with what's his name? The guy who did really, really awful voice acting in NBA 2K. I can't remember his name. I mean, let's face it, NFL players aren't known for their acting skills, as Space Jam will show. But yeah, was it Mo Williams? Might have been Mo Williams. Yeah, Mo Williams was our star player, our star Stavitsky. I like the way he's scoring, Stavitsky. He's gonna bag it up. I like the way he's scoring, Stavitsky. He's gonna bag it up. Boom. Boom. There we go. Stavitsky with a header. Inside the opening minute. That'll do. That'll do indeed. It's the Night of Knee like to Ilgauskas. Ilgauskas was a quality player. Quality player. But like, you don't want Big Z being your star player. He should be like your third best player. Like that That's a good squad. If you've got Stavitsky as Lundberg, if we could have been 2-0 up inside 2 minutes, that would have been pretty sweet. Pretty good start. Pretty good start. Who's all broken? Speaking of injuries, Vertonghen is injured again. Oh dear. Like, surely it's time for him to retire. It's gotta be time for him to retire. As Lukmar says, Cavs are historically quite dog shit. Exactly. As Sutari, oh my word. I don't know how Sutari missed that first stock chance. He put it away. Right? But my word, how he missed that first chance. It's all created by the finger, Fortuna. A nice little dink. Sutari had the whole goal open to him, decided to header it back at the keeper, and thankfully it fell at his feet, and that's 2-0. That is 2-0. We are very much camped in their half. So, let's see. President Mustermann? Oh, you're talking about the stately thing. Dear God. Let's be honest, he'd be infinitely better than Trump. I realise it's a low bar, but still. Oh, I'm pretty certain I could find a way to let you down. I could definitely find a way to let you down. It is a low bar. So even Omdurk would be better than Trump. Exactly. Holifab misses Omdurk. But do you miss Umdork? Umdork was the other one, wasn't it? Starvitsky. I hope that injury basically guarantees both Titans and Browns drafting a quarterback, so you can take Hunter or Carter at 3. That's fair. That is fair, out Farby. Like, I mean, how do you feel about your quarterback situation? No, Danny Jones. Why did you give such a contract? Like, the contract that the Browns gave to Watson is awful. No denying that that's the worst contract ever given. But the contract to Daniel Jones was pretty bad as well. So was it David Aldridge? No, it was one of our guards at the time. I think it was Mo Williams. Right, in your head. Dirk. Hey. I see what you're going with, ACAP. I see what you're going with. The Crudmer Breeze. That's a difficult thing to say, but definitely goes with it. Fartman strikes again. He did. What an assist. Crudmo would watch the Crudmo berries. Fair dues. I wonder why that might be. A Sutari, a good save from Sanchez. It was offside, though. Absolutely nothing to worry about there. So Cockix Smelsh is in and out. You're playing a competitive online game. Bad idea when engaging in a stream. Indeed. Stop. I would love everyone to stay within the stream for the entirety of the stream, but close the stream, man. Close the stream. Go play your game. Because all that happens is then your teammates start having a go at you, or your opponents start having a go at you, because actually they might like it. If it's 1v1, they might like you being distracted. So Night of Knee used to follow the NBA back when it was in the public TV channels, but I guess it's not anymore, nowhere in the world. That's where perfectly legal streams come in. I definitely wouldn't advocate for anything illegal, though. Diane shot blocked. So Outfiery wants to go for Archie Manning, go with a bridge quarterback next year. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Would you take Crab Legs Jameis Winston? He'd be entertaining. I'd like us to stick with Jameis, even though that obviously doesn't look like to be the case considering we dropped him at the end of the season. But it's so fun watching him just toss it up and hope. Right, Savalainen's booked, so that's going to be Queethnen coming on. Will swing right in and out to the right because he can just about play there. Lundberg hasn't been getting much in the way of chances. But let's see what happens in the second half. This is like Sutari is definitely pushing to get Lundberg out of that starting lineup. Right, so wait, I don't have to stare at the screen non-stop. You don't, RJ. You don't. I know when you're not, though. I know when you're not. So Johnny Trotter suggests perfectlylegalstreams.com. Exactly. Perfectly legal. Right, just use a VPN, though, when watching NBA. Again, I certainly wouldn't advocate for such a tool. Wink, wink, says Night of Knee. Exactly. Crudmo clicked on perfectlylegalstreams.com, and what did you find at perfectlylegalstreams.com? I'm guessing perfectly legal streams, right? That's surely a website that somebody's got. Here's Rice looking to pull one back. Rice forces the save out of Snore. Come on, we need to be better than this. We might need to step up the intensity a little bit in this second half. As Ndam pulls one back, we most definitely do. On to be more expressive. Hacker have started this second half a little bit better, and Ndam gets there ahead of Reitenen and Lundberg. Reitenen and Lundberg beaten in the air, and that is 2-1. Stavitsky, though, with a free kick now. Stavitsky's free kick, that's a little bit naff. Hits the wall. Can we do something from the corner? Will be Stavitsky that man again, sends it in midway through the box. Midway through the box, that's not something that anyone says. The middle of the box. Those are the words I was looking for. Right, Stavitsky, second time lucky. Into the far post this time. Sutari's header straight at Sanchez. Sutari really likes going straight at the keeper. But he's got the goal. He's got the goal that essentially separates us right now. So can't criticise him too much. Oh, I was just about to make some substitutions. I just pressed space to do it. Now we've lost the finger. Interesting. Right, we're going to swap to that. Be more expressive. The finger is going to be replaced by Rockman. Lundberg is coming off for Jakub. Jakub to drop back into that role there. To do that, didn't we? We did. Those are going to be what we go with. I hope it's not a serious injury. We're already without Basirovic for at least another couple of weeks. We've obviously lost Byron Giro. Now here's Hacker with a corner. Marino stands over it in at the near post. Queaton gets there. Rogerston, though, finds Marino. Marino to the edge of the area. Oh, okay, Marino was offside. It's never going to count anyway. Right. I feel like the momentum is all in our favour. We're still very much in their half right now. Last few moments. Let's just calm things down a bit. Onto balanced. It's not passing to space. Don't need to be wasteful here. Stavitsky is looking tired. Enquist is looking hired. He's looking tired, so that'll be those changes. Dahlstrom is our winger. Dahlstrom can play out on the right, so that's okay. That should hopefully we can just see this out in the last few moments. A bit more nervy than the other games so far. Even the Ekenas one where we were winning. We did pull it around. Long ball forwards. That's a poor free kick. Absolutely wasted from Hacker, and that's surely going to be the end. It is indeed. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And that means there we go. 4 wins out of 4 in the league so far. Oni Sutari with the winner in the 17th minute. Got a little bit nervy towards the end, though. Just the 2 goals from 3.24 XG. We were underperforming in that game, it's fair to say. But what's the damage? What is the damage? Injury worry for the finger. The finger shines, but there is an injury worry. How bad is it? 6 weeks. 6 weeks isn't great. It isn't great at all. It is indeed, Johnny Trotter. A broken finger. A broken finger indeed. Oh. He's been excellent for us so far. Came up with another assist in that game. He was denied the second assist. If Sutari finished that first chance, that would have been 2 assists. So Basirovic is still 10 days away. That means Basirovic should be like good enough for the bench when we play away against HJK. Karkinen's redemption is potentially here. So I guess we take... Karkinen must have known. He was like, I'm going to reject that contract offer from Ekenas because they're going to need me. They're going to need me as the injuries take their toll. Right, home game against Turku. We will go back to this system. We're going to drop Lundberg. So Yakub in. Lundberg will be dropped to the bench for that. I was quite happy with Diane's contribution. He seemed pretty solid. So Dahlstrom can stay on the bench for the time being. Enquist is on a booking. Oh, well, he's one booking away. So Enquist will drop to the bench for the next game as well. I forgot to rest the players. Oops. So let's make sure we're resting the right players to those ones. Yeah, I don't want Enquist to be missing for the away game against HJK. So I'm happy with Mana playing games. That should kind of be okay. So why was RJ asking about auto mod? Oh, Mariehamn. It's a little bit late, RJ, but I've let it through. Right, so ACAB reckons that Crodmo must be joking about it being an awful song. Calling The Zombie by the Cranberries an awful song, that is a bold take. Now, I completely get that you're not much of an indie kid, that's fine, but awful, that is a strong take. It's lonely at the top, says Ladislav, our massive fan. It is indeed lonely at the top. FC Hacker, welcome to the Akerake Penitentiary. Why are you going for Akerake? I do like Akerake, but that's an interesting choice. Night of Knee says it's been a good workout today. It is. I am exhausted already. Right. So, ACAP has said, I could look past Everton and the fact you don't like Fatboy Slim, but not liking Zombie by the Cranberries is the straw that broke the camel's back. Is it? ACAP, are you finally on the Crodmo out train? Welcome to the Crodmo out train. The best place to be. Right, so Matt says, sorry chaps, my sister turned up, had to be social. Never apologise for spending time with family. Like you can feel rueful after spending time with family. That's perfectly understandable. Right, so Crodmo is nothing if not controversial, or perhaps a contrarian. Hollyfab is jumping onto the Crodmo out train as well. It's all turning, Crodmo. I think it's time just to not say anything. Or, I mean, say more things, because we're about to go into a break. There's going to be 3 minutes of nothing to fill the time other than people speculating about whether it's now Crodmo out time. So, firstly, welcome in Catch 22. Lovely to see you, sir. We'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes when we'll play a little mini game. See you then. And we're back. We are back. Right, so during that break, I did run a little poll. I didn't tell people I was running a poll, but it is official. We are Crudmo in. He wins 4-1. He survives. That means he survives to play a mini game. Which is a bit of a shame. You should have voted tactically here. You should have voted tactically to deny him the chance to win points. 4 votes to 1. Crudmo. Not to none. Don't try and overstate your importance. Now, I didn't advertise it either, so we don't know. 2 mini games indeed. 2 mini games indeed. RJ has just redeemed 1 too. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yes. Do we have enough to get through the stream? We'll see. Right. Okay. Let's see what was going on. RDF and Musterman could learn a thing or two because Lukmar No Pants is a tactical genius. But he's not going to say what that tactical genius is. It's a 3-5-1-1 diamond. He is going to say what that tactical genius is. Kalkux Melch has said that he's playing 1v1 competitive, so listening to the stream at the same time just puts him at a disadvantage. Not any teammates, so that's fair enough. I also saw that somebody said that Crudmo needs to stay in for the puns, which does Johnny Trotter an absolute disservice. Johnny Trotter is the king of the puns here. Not to suggest that there is any pun-based competition going on, but if there was, Johnny would win. Right, let's explain how Only Connect works. You're going to see 4 pictures of football players, one after the other. Your job is to work out what links them all. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. The more points you get, you end up on that leaderboard, and you get a little bit of pride from it. I'm not going to tell you who the players are well, I will tell you who the players are if you correctly guess who the players are. So you're not going to have them on the pictures, so when you know who it is, pop it in chat. That way everyone knows and you can kind of work together. My word, there's a Maccas in. Welcome in, Maccas. Lovely to see you, and some very, very good timing. How are you not following? You are following now, that's all that matters. Lovely to see you in, my dude. Right, here is our first clue. Who is this lovely man, and what on earth might connect him to the 3 players you've not yet seen? So RJ has gone right off the top. It is a Friday only connect. Now it might be a Friday only connect, but maybe because we didn't have a stream on Wednesday, it's not going to be too difficult. I don't really get to choose whether it's perceived as difficult or not, so we'll see from there. But RJ's gone for they always wear different colour socks. They might do. I don't know. Crudmo says it's the racist Lee Bowyer. Yes, it is. It's B. Lawyer, lovely man, slightly tongue-in-cheek. I would never be sarcastic at all, would I? Never whatsoever. Zenergy has suggested it's players that have fought teammates. Just a fine guess. It's not that. Who's he fighting? Matt is wondering. He's probably fighting someone right this minute, let's face it. So Holifab has gone for controversial players. Controversial would perhaps be a little bit too... That's a bit too broad a church for a connection. You need to then kind of refine it a little bit. So they've all said some questionable things. Johnny Trotter is dying for Strongbow. Subliminal advertising, it's great, isn't it? They like teams with United in the name. They've all smashed up a McDonald's while racistly abusing the staff. They're all players with a punchable face. Again, I mean, Chrono said it doesn't narrow it down much. We're not there yet. Let's see if the second clue will help us out at all. Says Energy went for they all played for Charlton. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Bernard Lama indeed hasn't played for Charlton. But he has played for... Bernard Lama did play for West Ham, so he has played for a team that have United in the name, but that's still not the link, I'm afraid to say. So players who taunt the fans while celebrating could be quite fine. They all played for West Ham. Yes, unfortunately, it's not going to be West Ham as the link. I have told you that those... Did Bowyer play for West Ham? Bowyer played for a lot of teams. I must confess, I can't really remember. It does feel like a West Ham player. Yes, at the end of his career. There we go. So it's not that, I'm afraid. Is it LB initials? So we've got Lee Bowyer, and then we've got it flipped with Bernard Lama, so it's BL. And then our third clue is going to be... No, it's not. It's not the initials, I'm afraid. So Hollyfab has said that they've all failed a doping test. That's a fine guess, to be quite honest. That is a very good guess. And Bam Bam has come in with a one-cap club, which is a fantastic one. So the connection will be FM streamers. Boya was a second yellow card. I see what you've done there. Llama is FM Llama. I like that as well. It's not that though, I'm afraid. So next one is Fred. We're going to move forward to the one after that as well, because the one after that is Samir Nasri. Because Holy Fab is exactly right. They all failed doping tests, or they were all banned for drug use. Bernard Lama, Lee Boya, both suspended for use of cannabis. Fred, suspended for whatever that is. Hydrochloroathiazide. And Samir Nasri for water. So evidently there were some micronutrients in the water that he wasn't allowed to have. But there we go. A fabulous 3 points for Hollyfab. It was indeed. And he says it was a guess based on Llama alone. Well, so I think Lee Boya was banned for like 6 games when he was 18. He was meant to be the obscure one that kind of doesn't necessarily help. Fabulous work. Should we clap for drugs? Asks RG. We should always clap for something. So Jake Fairs had gone for it being something related to Turkey. Ladislav Amasic reckons we should have put Mudrik. We could have potentially, but unfortunately not the case. Okay. Why are we saying okay? Was there a mention of Mr. Garrett? Oh, right, drugs, don't do drugs. Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, drugs are bad, indeed. I am slow. Yeah, Mutu could have been added. There were loads of players that could have been added. We could have had a little bit of Pogba. We could have controversially suggested that Golovan belongs on there. There's a Nana. There's Rio Ferdinand. RJ. No, sorry. Lukmar once did drugs, and after that night ended up with the clap. That's exactly. We don't clap for drugs. We drugs for clap. Beautiful stuff. And that means we're going to head on over next to a round of Missing 11. And let's see if I have to hide some things here. No, none of the names have been mentioned in the chat at any point whatsoever. So let's explain how Missing 11 works. You've got a team here from some time in history. Your job is to guess which players were in the starting lineup. Shortly, I will reveal what game we're looking at. We're looking for the starting lineup of a specific team from a specific game. You can just type it in chat and it will reveal if you're correct. If a player has funky accents in their names, maybe they have a grave accent or a squiggly S, you don't need to include them. If you include them, it will still pick it up. So there's no problem there at all. You can do it proper case, uppercase, lowercase, a mixture. All of that will be absolutely fine. So people are guessing at what the team might be. Some think it might be Leicester. Some think that it might be the England World Cup 1966 because of the 4-4-2. And so people are guessing. People are guessing already. And if they guess already, what happens is I then undo their guesses if they're correct, because you can't guess until it's been revealed. So if you were right, you might just be giving hints to other people. My word, there's a Dill. There's a Dill in the chat. How are you, Dill? Lovely to see you, my dude. You must have had a marvellous time with the watch along on Wednesday evening. The Tottenham fan Dill did a watch along for the Liverpool Tottenham game. I imagine you very much enjoyed that there. Right, let's reveal the team. There is also a bonus point if you can work out the significance of the game. So we are looking for the Real Madrid starting lineup against Espanyol on the 18th of September 2005. And so immediately we've got the kind of names you definitely expect to see in there. Oh, I pressed the wrong thing there. There we go. Was there a Guti? There was not a Guti. but there was a row. There was a row. There was a Sergio Ramos. Was there a Hierro? There was no Hierro. There was a Carlos. We've got Carlos. We've got Casillas as well. Somebody's picked up on Ronaldo. Look, Mars picked up on Beckham. We have... Someone's went for Pepe. There's no Pepe, unfortunately. There's no Zidane. There is a Baptista. Olifab has found Baptista and Robinho. Fabulous. I did not expect people to remember Robinho being there at that time. Who got Helguera? Olifab picked up Helguera and Garcia as well. That feels a spit. I'm joking. Not indeed. So we've got Beckham's first game for Real Madrid as a guess. That is not correct. I can tell you, unfortunately, it is not Beckham's debut for Real Madrid. Is the significance that it was Sergio Ramos's 50th red card in football? It's not. It's not. But you're not far off. You're certainly not far off. Do we have any other guesses coming in there? That midfield seems underwhelming. It does. Baptista out on the right, Robinho on the left. Quite crazy there. Ladislav Almasi has gone for Ramos's debut, as has Crodmo. Not those indeed. Real Betis went for it. Was it Real's first loss of the season? It might have been, but that's not significant enough, I'm afraid, Energy Mashups, because they did lose the game. They lost the game 1-0. They lost the game 1-0 because Julio Baptista got sent off in the 90th minute. Before that, Sergio Ramos picked up the first red card of his career. That is a bonus point to Out Farby. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So let's head on over. We've got a game against Inter Turku. They're currently in second, so should be a tricky game. We're going to bring Yakub into the starting lineup there. Karkinen comes in as well. Rockman drops to the bench because he's been a little bit pap. Missed some big chances. Lundberg is on the bench as well. Let's do this. Yep, we know that. So the result of the Galacticos policy, an utterly unbalanced side. It is a crazy, crazy midfield lineup, isn't it? It was, balance completely out the window. Right, let's tell them to enjoy the game. Let's say that we have faith. Home game against Inter Turkey. We've got to win this. We need to win this, right? Johnny Trotter reckons he should get a half point for his comedy answer on Ramos. You probably do deserve one. Well, let's see how gracious I feel once it comes to giving out, totting up the points, potentially. So, he doesn't do points for creative answers. Not for Crodmo anyway. Crodmo, you have received bonus points in the past, remember? You can't claim that I don't give out bonus points. Real Betis got a bonus point as well for on Monday. I can't remember why. But I do remember giving a bonus point there. Saverso Daily says, what's Fred on? What the hell? I don't know what it is, but there's Sutari. 9 minutes in. We need a song for Sutari. We need a song for Sutari. Look at that roly-poly. 1-0. 1-0. Johnny Trotter is happy with the Pun King title. He is the Pun King. He is the Pun King. Zidane was probably injured for that game. Or maybe, that they didn't want to include him so that the midfield was a bit more balanced. Potentially. Ramos is still without a club. If even the Arabs don't want him, then he should leave it alone. Is he not officially retired? Crazy. Crazy. Suits you, sir. Suits you. Beautiful stuff. Mudrik's not confirmed. Don't diss my star. As far as I'm aware, isn't he already banned? Is Mudrik actually officially banned and it's pending appeal, or has the ban not been given? Right, so Holifab would welcome Ramos at Vitesse. Would you though? He did, he dropped off pretty hard at Sevilla. He started the season looking quite good and started to look really, really awful very, very quickly. So they're still waiting for the B result on Mudrik. So he is he actually suspended whilst the B sample is pending, or are Chelsea just playing it safe and leaving him out of the lineup? Right, here comes Kekarainen. Kekarainen for the equaliser. Snore does nicely, gets down well, tips it around the post. That was a defensive error if ever I've seen one. Krusty Krebs with the corner, sends it in. Mane gets it clear. Krebs will get another chance to send it. Here's Kangas Niemi. Kangas Niemi, just wide. Just wide. Sitari, Shushtari. I'm not sure that works, hung them in, but I'll go with it anyway. So no, his B sample hasn't returned yet. Sutari to Interturku. Shush, shush, shush. You're really pushing on the shush side of things. We'll have to find a way to work that in. Haven't seen Vitesse this season. I haven't. That is true. Right, even if he wasn't suspended, he'd still play no minutes. That's he's looked okay in the Conference League. He's found his level. Right, not a particularly great half. Not really seen much of Jakub. We will once again go and step it up. I don't want to start the game with be more expressive, because if we need to ramp it up and be more creative, we've lost that as an option to push up. So here we go. Can we get a second nice early second half goal would be nice. Phil Collins' Susujo could be a Sutari song. It could indeed. Lovely bass line to that as well. Played by the wonderful Leland Sklar. Here's Atli Mane. Atli Mane from left back. What a very, very calm and composed finish. He ran onto it and then side-footed it into the far corner. Beautiful goal. Right, Kereke to Diane. Here he is, and the presence of mind. Okay, that wasn't the corner. That should have been saved. That was not the corner of the goal at all. It looked much better from the other angle, but that's what we wanted. We wanted a goal early in the second half. It has been 2 shots on target, 2 goals. So if I'm into Turku, I'm probably feeling a little hard done by now. Oh, but here's a chance for them. Smith, just wide. The clearance rattled off our own man and into the path of Darren Smith. But us doing that hasn't really helped us. I am going to chuck Jakub out wide. On comes Lundberg. Lundberg's, hopefully he's going to be humbled a little. Just a little humbled by that, and he's going to come on and be amazing this second half. Because Sutari is definitely chomping to push him down the lineup. So, Son asked about the Dyke sacking as well. So, games are over. Time for some crackers with cheese as a snack. That is a fine snack choice. Right, what changes are we going to look to make here? Jakub seems to have been solid, but we're going to keep him on because we want him to get game minutes. Dahlstrom to come on for Diane. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with those two. We might not make a 5th change. How about that? So, wait, looked Vitesse up. You're last in the 2nd division. Holy moly. Has it been a bad start? It's the minus 21 points for financial mismanagement. Yeah, is there really any point to having good players this season? Because you're going to be relegated either way. Long ball forwards, easy claim for Snore. That's a big save he made in that first half. That this could have been a very, very different scoreline right now. Rockman sends it across early. Sutari get there for the second ball. He doesn't, but Akereke sweeps up nicely. He feeds Lundberg. Lundberg to Sutari. Out wide to Mane. He feeds Lundberg. What a poor finish from Lundberg. His confidence is shot. Absolutely shot. This isn't the Lundberg we signed to a new contract. He got his money and he's gone off the boil. Right, here's Peraiho. What another good save from Snore. It was offside though. Okay. He was offside. This has been a pretty poor quality game. Less than 1 XG from either team. And as we head into it, that should be the final whistle, surely, ref. It is indeed. It is. It feels like we don't deserve this, but we're going to get it anyway. Boom. There we go. We're still at 100%. That was not a good performance by us. There's no hiding that. Only 9 shots at home. 0.72 XG. That is pretty poor if I'm honest. But they were the team in second. That does mean we open up a gap. HJK have now jumped up into that spot. we have a 5-point gap, which is quite nice. We haven't lost at home in 30 games. That is crazy. That is crazy. We pop a rest. We've got a week to go until the game against HJK away from home. Now, there are two really, really key games for us. If we are ever going to hope of coming close to what we did last year with an almost unbeaten season, it's going to be the away games against HJK and Ilves in particular that are going to be tricky. This is our first one, so we will possibly find out early on in the season whether there's the chance we can do such. Matt has ordered a pizza. Good choice. It's Friday. That's what Fridays are for. Right. Yes, we wanted to play Atlimani as a central defender. I'm just going to ignore him. Let's say nothing, and hopefully that means he doesn't recall him, because I would really like Atlimani to stay. He's a pretty decent player. He's been covering at left back because we've needed him to. I might have made a slight misjudgment when it came to player registration rules. That's not Mane's fault. I'm sure anything I say will just wind up the manager. So maybe by saying nothing, he won't recall him at the first opportunity. So what? Oh wow! Has anyone seen the Dortmund lineup for today? Looks horrendous. What is the lineup? What is the lineup? The back line is yikes. Right. Have we got that? Has somebody said what the back line is? A back four of Kutu, Ryerson, a 21-year-old from the second team, and an 18-year-old. Lots of injuries then, I assume. Interesting. That doesn't sound good at all. So the streamer influence, marrying a hoe and holding a wiener. Holding a wiener indeed. Yeah, that sounds like a really that's gonna go badly, isn't it? Isn't that gonna be? That's gotta go badly. My word, we have a Vigo Verso in. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. We also have the glorious, the wonderful Koltov in. I know, look at this, it's crazy. We're actually winning games. How are you, my dude? Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you indeed. We're not just top of the league either. That's not what I meant to do. Why did it turn off the shout out? There we go. I've got to do this before you tell me off for doing it. Give the Koltov a follow if you're not already. I don't even need to tell you why. You should know by now. You should most definitely know. We aren't just top of the league, sir. We are in incredible form. We lost just one game in the league last season. We've won 30. We're unbeaten in 30 home games. We are Finland. There is no stopping us now, which means we're probably going to lose the next game to HJK, who spent big in the summer. Okay, that's one of our youngsters. He seems to be getting a lot of long-term injuries this season. So Byron Giro's out for 9 months. But Sirovic should hopefully be fit enough for the bench for this, which would be nice. Just help our attacking midfield ranks. That's typical, isn't it? The area we look to reinforce over the summer is the one that's currently a little bit on the thin side. Yeah, let's see how we go into this game. This is going to be an interesting challenge. Pro streamer, says Crodmo. Exactly. Absolute pro. I know what I'm doing. Honest. Why is Mustermann sub to himself? You are naturally sub to yourself. It automatically, I don't get to control that. So every streamer is sub to themselves, I'm afraid to say. Shut out the shout out. It's almost certainly that, isn't it? Did I put shut out in front? I didn't actually put. Who knows? So the Creators has made a full team for a creator club in Belgium. Missed out on the rule that you need to have 8 Belgian players in your matchday squad. Oh no! Oh no! That's not good. That's going to be frustrating. Time to start all over again. So Lukmar has called me a narcissist. I mean, I have to be, don't I? Like, there has to be a level of narcissism to put videos on the internet or start streaming. I like to think that I'm not a narcissist, but there's got to be an element of it, right? Right, Stavitsky wants a new contract. He's one of our top earners. He does have 18 months left. I'm just going to ignore that for the time being. The longer we can hold out, the better. So does Bezos pay you to be subbed to myself? I do not believe so. That would be nice. That would be nice. Now, this is what I can do though. Here's a pro streamer thing, almost. So I do pay myself though through subscriptions. More specifically, if you want to become a member of the Patreon, there is a tier that gifts you a subscription to Twitch. The way it works is I actually pay for the subscription. That way I pay £5, and then I get £2.50 of it back.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Hainu. Amazing timing with that. Win timing indeed. Beautifully, sir. A Prime subscription is lovely and very much appreciated. You only get one of them. To choose that, I genuinely appreciate it. But yeah, for those that, if you are considering signing up to Patreon, the top tier, for basically £2.50 or £3 more than the middle tier, you get a free subscription. So I pay myself £5 to receive £2.50, but you give me £3. Confusing, right? All it means is you get a discount. I spend my own money. I'm not sure. Like, don't let me work that out properly mathematically, because it might actually be a really bad deal for me. But no, it basically levels out. Like, you get the discount that I get from subscribing to myself. So Diamond or Platinum level. It's Continental Pro, because we need a nice theming. So RJ has gone to level 100 in English, and you're still fine. I'll take it. RJ, you're like, I know it's very, very different between conversational English and typing, but your English is fine. Your English, like, there is not a single thing during the course of any of our interactions where I feel like your English has held you back in communicating what you're saying. So like, yeah. Right, Lukmar says, seems like a pyramid scheme where everyone loses. Except for the man at the top, says Heine. At the moment, it's a pyramid scheme where I lose. Just. But I don't lose because you would have then signed up for the other benefits in kind. It's certainly more complicated than it ever needs to be, because if there's one thing that I know how to do very well, it's overcomplicating things. Right, so how do I feel about the team? Enquist can come back in. Oh, I don't know. Away game. I'm bringing Dahlstrom back into the starting lineup and then putting Diane into the shadow striker role. His movement's not great, but he can do the other bits that we need there. Basirovic. He's not. Does that... Okay, we're okay for numbers. So Basirovic onto the bench in place of Lookman. Yeah, we'll go with that. We will go with that. Right. They do like that, don't they? They do. I'm going to say play well rather than I have faith. Here they are with their 3-4-3. Their £450,000 signing up top. Their new £200,000 centre back. Is he playing? I didn't actually double check that. How do we cope with this one away from home? So, Ladislav Almasi is fluent in football. Matt is fluent in sarcasm and charm. Crodmo is fluent in utter nonsense. I am definitely more on board with the Crodmo side of things. I am fluent in gibberish and gibberish alone. Ekereke back to Cometio, all the way back to Snore. So we know that with that 3-4-3, it's difficult for HJK to get pressure on our back line. so we can be patient if we need to be. Oh, it's a horrible error. A horrible error from Guth. Sutari should have finished that off. Should have finished us off. Oh, what a miss. Apparently that was only 0.27 XG. But we really should have taken the lead there. The Kereke is on a booking, which we need to be mindful of. That flex with the 5 stars on the badge. The HJK are flexing, and they're flexing hard. And there's barely any competition to them, though, is there, in Finland? I don't think any other team is in double figures, as Sobi sends in the corner. At the far post, Sutari gets there first, but here's Guth to Band-Aid to Sobi. Sobi back to Simajoki. Good save from Snore. Good save from Snore. RJ says it's worse than R3. I think stars are just weird anyway. It's your history. Sure, you want to be proud of it. Here's Stavitsky. Stavitsky's shot blocked. But don't linger on the past. You should be focusing on the future. It's not about what you've done before. It's about what you're about to do. And what we're about to do. No. I wanted to be really confident and cocky and saying what we're about to do is win. But it just feels wrong. And I might be proven right here as HJK come forwards. Here's Kaiser. Back to Helm. Helm down to Kunasavi Benhassin. His shot is... Okay, his cross even. Is cut out. Kereke back out to Engqvist. Is this our attack? I thought that was going to be theirs. It is going to be theirs. Here's Sobi. Skips inside. Sobi feeds Perkan. Perkan to make it 1-0 and he blazes it over. Bad miss from both sides so far. They have won 5 Liigacups. Maybe that's what they're counting. The most important trophy. Let's face it. Right, Kun Meteo loses out. There's Perkan. Lovely tracking back from the striker there. Helm feeds Kunasavi Bethensen. Can he get the crossing? He can't. He finds Banda instead. Kaiser has space to get off a shot. Kaiser straight at Snore. We are struggling with their build-up down the right-hand side. That is where Engqvist, who's in the more attacking role, is. It's also where Kereke, who's on a yellow card, is. So, I think we're going to just encourage a little bit. Oh, what was that save? What was that save indeed? We're going to get Dahlstrom to do that, and he's going to tackle harder now. Karkunen is meant to be marking the right wing back. Or the space where the wing back comes forwards. Engqvist is marking inside still. Yep, that should be okay. So I'm going to move Diane over onto the left-hand side just to try and give us a little bit more help there. Whilst I do that as well, I'm going to put him on a support role. So in club, you're supposed to get 1 after 10 league titles. It depends on. I think any club can do whatever they want to, right? So Kukasa says 5 stars is still an exaggeration. Wouldn't it be 1 for every 5 potentially? Sorry, you can't balance a needle in wind tunnel with statistics. You can't, but you can with Stavitsky's. Stavitsky has been quite quiet. It feels like since Fortune has gone down, Stavitsky hasn't really managed to shine for us in the same way. In fact, we have our old system here, don't we? So we're going to make some changes. Kereke is coming off because of his yellow card. No. Diane's going to drop back. Kereke is still going to come off because of his yellow card. Lundberg is going to come on as the shadow striker. We're going to use our system with a wide playmaker and a more attacking winger on the right because I'm not that impressed with our options off the left. But we're going to give Basirovic... Are we? We are bringing on Bauer. Diane is going to play as that wide playmaker. Lundberg to help give us a bit more of a presence on the left as well. Plus he's left-footed. So when Satari gets the knockdowns and Lundberg breaks forwards, it's on his stronger foot. That's the idea. Let's see how we get on with that. Let's tell these guys that... Okay, Lundberg is motivated. I don't need to say anything to him. Let's see if we can maybe get a bit more control in this second half. Lundberg to Dahlstrom from the kickoff. Can we create something from the kickoff? That'd be nice. Here's Stavitsky. He's offside. We can't create anything from the kickoff. Say quite quiet 5 times quickly. Quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet. I think that might have been 6. I should have made myself get more quiet each time as well. Quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet, quite quiet. Come on, Dahlstrom. Shot goes over. There we go. The fart's lost his wind. Well, yeah, I mean, the fart's injured. We have no fart right now. The Stavitsky-Fortuna wing partnership is cash money. Unstoppable. I agree. And without fart, we don't quite have it. Oh, good save. Perkan forces a save out of Snore. He's kept us in this game. I'm surprised he's only on a 6. Okay, it's on a 7 now. They have had some pretty decent chances. Momentum has been in our favour, but it does feel like all the highlights have been them. So we can step up and maybe be a bit more expressive as we go into the second half. Here's Perkan in behind. Another good save. Another good save from Snore. Right, let's demand some more. I'm not happy with how passive we've been. You miss one finger, the team is in shambles. Look, RG, you can never underestimate how important a good finger is. FMSR, that's what it needs to be called. FMSR, beautiful catch 22. So Out Farby says the star thing depends on the country. Germany has stars after 3, 5, 10, 20, 30 league titles. Yeah, like I don't think there's actually a specific rule, so you can do it however you want. Cross cut out. Now Dahlstrom finds Diane. It runs through. Enquist has space. Enquist crosses it into Satari, and that header is shit. Right. Okay, no. Now they've brought on their big signing. I do apologise. Perkan wasn't their big signing. It was Pandolfi who was their big signing. He didn't even make the starting lineup. Right, Enquist finds Diane. Diane back to Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom for the edge of the area. Oh, just over. Just over. There's some talk about ducks. I can't work out what on earth is going on there, so I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try. The nonsense is strong in this chat. It is strong. I have no idea what's going on. Right, there's Pandolfi. He can't get there. Dahlstrom doesn't even get there for the highlight. Here we go. Another highlight, starting with a throw-in. Diane to Bauer to Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom's running away from goal. Finds Reitinen. Savalainen. Look at Stavitsky. You could play Stavitsky in at any point, or you could run and get yourself tackled. Going backwards, here's... Come on, this is not good football, lads. You're better than this. You're better than this. It's a poor pass from Dahlstrom. Pandolfi. Bandai is in behind. Bandai with 10 minutes remaining. Can Bandai get a winner for... He finds it to Mentu, blocked by Kumetio. Kumetio with a huge block there. The danger isn't gone, though. It is now. It is now. Right, last few changes. Stavitsky is knackered and he's been a bit rubbish. So on comes Basirovic. Dahlstrom is knackered. He's been a bit rubbish. On comes Jakub. So we're going to go with it that way round. No, we're not. We're going for it. We want to win this. Jakub, Basirovic, Diane, Bauer. Be more expressive. Diane and Satari are tired, man. There we go. That's what we're going with. We can do this. We can do this. Do a football, you useless bastards. Exactly, Matt. Exactly. I love our central defence, says RG. Now, are you talking about Anderlecht central defence now, or this? And by the way, welcome in, B. Keaton. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. If you're comfortable chatting, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM currently. Love to hear from you. Can we get lots of really, really underwhelming actions from crosses? Like, you've got to recognise in that position you're not going to be able to score. So you want to get this back across to us. So you meant the Kumetio Reitinen partnership. I'd take them at the moment in Anderlecht. Our defence, it is amazing what a difference it's made having Kumetio Reitinen and Snore at the heart of our defence. We can feel very, very lucky to have come away with a point there. Yes, we had the same number of shots, but look at the quality difference. Snore rightfully gets man of the match. Some big, big saves there. I don't like what I saw. Like, I know that HJK are a good team, but we were a little bit pap. Right, so let's make sure that we can rest the players. See, our standards are definitely changing now. You know, we would have been quite happy with a draw last season. Right, he's unhappy now. That's fine. We go into another cup match next as well, which should be quite nice. We can now rotate all our players. Someone like Basirovic can get a proper game time in his legs. We can maybe see if Lundberg can get back into goal scoring form. That would be quite nice too. Luditer, thank you very much for the follow as well. I hope you're doing well. Same as I've just asked Keaton as well. If you're comfortable in chat, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with in FM. Would love to hear from you. Zero obligation to chat whatsoever though. If you feel more comfortable lurking, lurk away. Thank you for the hydrate, Bam Bam. So, is there any news about the starting lineups for the FA Cup tonight? Do we know if Aston Villa or West Ham are fielding full strength teams? So I'm not quite sure whether I want to watch I won't be watching the Villa game, but I don't know if I'm happy to miss the Villa game or sad to miss it. Like, it's quite nice. When I've been able to stream during Villa games, it's been quite nice not having the stress of watching them. Right, Basirovic is going to be out again. He's not an injury-prone player, but he has been disrupted by injury quite significantly so far, which is a bit of a shame. Hopefully, we'll be okay there. So Ladislav Armasi says it's lonely at the top. It is. It's not as lonely as it was. We are down to a 3-point lead against KTP. It's quite a surprise that they're up there early on in the season, especially after we demolished them on the opening day. So RJ asks, what were the expectations at the start of the season? We were 11-1 second favourites for the title. So before the Liigacup, when we had the stream on Monday, our odds were actually shorter. HJK then signed some players for big money, and our odds have drifted a bit. But yeah, we're essentially, whilst HJK have the reputation, they obviously think that we're meant to be quite a good team. Bam Bam says, shout out again for your wonderful iconic skin. It's completely changed the way I play FM. I appreciate that very much, Bam Bam. Hopefully it's going to be exciting to see what happens in the future with maybe we can hope that SI will take on attributeless as a possible thing going forward. They won't. Let's face it. Right, Ladislav Armasi, West Ham are full strength bar 1. Looks full strength to me. Barkley starts for us. Okay. Luditer is a big AC Milan fan. You must be delighted with the result. Conce Sal, the hero. 2 games, 2 wins. A cup already. Incredible stuff. Right, so you come back in. Queaton in there. Yakub with the start. Diane is at fitness, so that's okay. Barwa in for Kereke. Lundberg up top. Rockman on the right. Vaserovic. I don't want to risk it, do I? I don't want to risk it. Let's face it. So close to a full strength team against Maipar. We should hope for a big result here. Oh, one moment. Apologies, pardon me. Yeah, we should win this game. We should win it comfortably. Hope for something big there. Right. So, Rich has said Olsen, Cash, Konza, Mings, Martin, Camera, Tielemans, Bailey, Barkley, Rogers, Watkins. Yep, that's definitely a close to full strength team with the exception of Martinez. Okay, yep, and that's exact same news source. Emmy Martinez makes way for Olsen. Morgan, Rogers, and Ian Martson step up with Dina. Dina's on the bench. Captain McGinn sits the one out injured indeed. Yeah, he came off injured in like the first 15-20 minutes. Lundberg, unfortunate. West Ham. Fabianski, Wan-Bissaka, Mavropanis, Kilman, Scarles, Suchek, Alvarez, Kudus, Lucas Paqueta, Somerville, and Fulkuk. So yeah, both teams seem to be there. Yes, thank you guys very much for the hydrate. You see me burp and you're like, we need to make him burp again. So there we go. Yakub Into Karkinen. Karkinen to Lundberg. He's not in goal scoring form, is he? Bless him, poor little Lundberg. Might need to have some words with him after the game. I'm getting better at the cough mute timing. I am indeed, for once. Yes, Bogard is nephew. Both Lamar Bogard, who's the one with us, and then there's Miliro Bogard, who's at Hoffenheim, I think. Maybe Hoffenheim. Maybe I've made that up. It's not Humphrey Bogard, unfortunately. Right, so don't drown the streamer. They are trying to drown me. Let the body hit the floor, says Holly Fabbit. What am I expected to do here? Like, they clearly want to harm me. I'm here against my will. No, it's all good. All good. Right, so a lot of people like reading up on XG and that sort of stuff of fantasy. I don't think a more stats-heavy game would have been detrimental. Very understandable that most want a simple experience. Like, there is definitely so stats is, you're always going to have an aversion to stats from many people because it takes away a little bit of the romance. Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for Mariehamn. It can take away the romance a little bit. But yeah, I think that there is definitely a growing interest in the statistical side of things, which is great. Really, really good. It's a burp mute. You can burp on stream, no problems. I don't want, like, I've turned down the mic during the course of this stream. Like, I do try. I fail often to step in before we hit the noise gate and it cuts out and stuff. And a burp would definitely do so, which is why I try to mute any noises. In fact, I should probably mute like just me talking generally, but I won't. I'm going to make you sit through and suffer that, I'm afraid. Karkinen with the cross. Jakub gets to the second ball. He finds Rockman. Rockman fires over. So Rockman Beam. Rockman Beam. I don't get the reference, Hungermin. Stats, Homer, Nerds, Homer, 2-0, Antonio Jakub. That wasn't too bad. Right, Jakub steals in, he starts it all off, gets it back from Bauer, takes a touch, and then does that. That'll do nicely. That's your favourite of the songs, Kukasa. It's a classic. It's a classic. Got a slight link to where I'm from as well, which is always nice. What? Enquist just doesn't even try there. I get that, you might think this game is beneath him, but that was some very passive defending. But we've come away with it. Here's Jakub looking for his second. His shot is blocked. Makes its way through to Lapola. Danger averted. See, RJ says it's the beauty of football. You have the stats people, the romantic feeling ones, etc., and everybody is right. Or we're all wrong. We're all wrong, quite possibly. So, Catch-22 was an early fan of Moneyball in American baseball, but it's now completely destroyed the game. MLB is now unwatchable as a result. I hope the same doesn't happen to football. ACAB points out that, Brentford, Brighton, Midtjylland are definitely doing positive things with their application of data. I think that football, there have been attempts to apply a more analytical approach to basketball as well. And you've got more teams taking 3-point shots as a result. And you get old school heads complaining that there are too many 3-pointers. But I find basketball quite exciting still. I think with fluid games, it's going to be hard to kill the game just because people look to do the most optimum thing. Right, I suppose we can be kind of okay with that. We're going to push the tempo in the second half. We're going to bring Enquist off for being so absolutely passive a little bit earlier. Lundberg, let's say some things to Lundberg. Lundberg, you've not been good enough. I need you to score some goals. I need you to get back into scoring form as soon as we possibly can. So Claire says, different kinds of romance though. I find the variance from not knowing the attributes more organic. I think certainly, I mean, naturally I'm going to agree with that. I mean, yeah, when talking about the game, I think there is, I think the added challenge and the stories that can emerge from those extra challenges, I think is what appeals to me about this approach. You know, it's very easy to always sign the same players when you know exactly what every player is going to do. So, is anything going to happen? It is. Here we go. Here's Hootanen. Hootanen steams past our left back. So Camacho comes on and he's a bit rubbish as well. Come on, let's get a third. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. It feels flat, man. It feels flat. I can't put my finger on it. Jakub's penalty is saved as well. Oh dear. Yeah, this is not a vintage Mariehamn stream. We looked much better last season. I think once we get to, probably not on today's stream to be honest, but when we get to the next stream we might have to pull some of this apart, because whilst we're still winning it's okay. But I feel like we've had some really significant injuries, right? I can't ignore the fact that we've had big disruption in the regards to the ways that we are trying to take it on to the next level. Because we weren't all dominant last season. We got some very fortunate results. But yeah, it just doesn't quite feel like we're playing as well as we should do. So Catch22 says, so mentions that it starts with positivity, like with Oakland, with Boston. But once everyone got on board, that was it. But does that make them play worse? Are you saying that it's not that it's made baseball worse to watch, it's made it all the same? Because you can't turn around and say that watching Oakland was good because they were doing it first, and then when everyone else was doing it, that makes watching Oakland bad. It's got to be that you like the variety, right? So they're playing the I haven't made any changes. No, we're keeping them out there. You've got to see out the last 10 minutes. Poor lads. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Right, so yeah, it's less exciting, interesting is what you're going for. Set piece FC. Oof. Statistics did kill the long shot though. So they say that, Koku Smelsh. And then like you look at the data and you see that long shots haven't changed that much. Here's Jakub. Jakub fires over. We can't score. We've scored twice, but our finishing has been poor. 1-0 Leverkusen after 30 seconds. Oh my. That's not good. So, Catch22 says the most efficient way to play is the least watchable. Taking walks, trying to hit home runs with each swing, many pitching changes, etc. Baseball is meant to have the ball in play, to be an art, not to be a science. If I were running a team, I'd do what they do, but the fans suffer. So I can certainly get on board with the idea of taking walks not being particularly interesting. But surely home runs are interesting. That's like watching cricket and complaining that someone hit a six. You wouldn't complain about, like, that's like the pinnacle, surely. Yeah, we were rubbish. Let's have some words. We're going to upset. He's signed to a new contract, so he can't get out of it. Yeah, warm player. Criticize recent form. I want you to play better. You'll work harder. Good. Naughty Lundberg. A GTA Rob is in. Good evening, Rob. How are you doing? Just started a new save with Stockholm in the Division 1 Noah. Going to try and use only players born in Stockholm. Interesting. That should be fun. Right. We've got a break coming up, so I'm going to see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes. We're back. And in the time we've been away, Leverkusen are 2-0 up. Oh my. Oh my. I suppose that's what happens when you go with such an experimental lineup, eh? That is pretty awful. Now, I do have to say, and I don't want to put words into Johnny Trotter's mouth here, but it does sound like he's responded to the LA wildfires by hoping that the LA Rams lose. That just seems really heartless, my dude. Really, really heartless. Why would you want to? That's not what he's saying. Not what he's saying at all. Like, even as a joke, that's just not funny. I'm sorry. But there we go. Let's play a round of Guess the Player. Let's explain the rules, shall we? You're going to see 4 pictures of a player's profile in FM24, one after the other. Your job is to guess who the player is. You're going to see the positions they play, their attributes and traits, their scout report, and their career history. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. Those points put you onto that lovely little leaderboard down there. So let's head on in. Let's just clear one thing up, in fact. This is the player's profile at the beginning of FM24 with the default database. So if you're looking at, say, a player like... why can't I think of players? Joshua Zirkzee. Joshua Zirkzee moved to Manchester United over the summer, but in the game, he will still be at Bologna. Just be aware of that, potentially. So let's head on in and see the very first clue. We have a Raumdeuter, a right-footed Raumdeuter. They're not a wide target forward. They're probably not a trequartista. They could potentially be an advanced playmaker or an inside forward, playing off the left. So, it's 2-1, by the way. 2-1 now. Interesting. Mukuku scored. Interesting. Right, the guesses are coming in. Is it Jamie Gittins? No, Gittins was a guess for the goal scorer. No, it was Gittins who scored, not Mukuku. Right, okay. There we go. So is it Muller? It is not Thomas Muller. Is it Politano? Is it Insigne? Is it Harry Maguire? Is it Gakpo? Is it Enrico Chiesa? I know it's some Italian, says Kokusmouch. Why do you think it's an Italian? Jan Coutu, Thomas Muller again, Leao, Muller again, Daniel Maldini, Pulisic, Thuram, Insigne, Adeyemi. You're all wrong so far, I'm afraid to say. Let's have a look at their attributes. This is somebody with great mental attributes. Kind of underwhelming physical and technical attributes. So, Kokusmelch once had a save where I saw someone Italian was a Raumdeuter and thought, what the hell? That is really good reason for it then. So, is it Stefan Al-Shaarawy? It is not Stefan Al-Shaarawy. It is not Alan Velasco. It is not Jack Grealish. Is it Fabio Borini? Is it? Is it Fabio Borini? So they describe him as a decent Serie A player, but he's in Serie B, isn't he? But I suppose a Serie B player could be good enough to be Serie A standard. And if this shows that he's at Sampdoria, which it does kind of suggest that it might indeed be Fabio Borini. Marvellous, Lewis. Wonderful work there. It is indeed Fabio Borini. 3-pointer. Beautiful stuff. GG, says Kokusmelch. Kokusmelch was right. It was an Italian. The claps are coming in from Holly Fab and RJ and from ACAB Europe. Beautiful stuff. So, Ladislav, our massive fan, went and called him a proper Chelsea. I'm not sure he is a proper Chelsea. No, he's lost his proper Chelsea status. Fair. Red App with a triple clap. A triple clap. Most definitely deserved. You could Kokusmelch guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. Indeed. Beautiful work there. Yeah, fantastic. Right. And by the way, I do apologise firstly for getting this wrong. But Gyamek Motivan, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Well done, says GTI Rob. Indeed. So the Cafés made a portrait of Barini in middle school for arts and craft. Pretty happy with that one. Why did you choose Barini? Was there like a particular special connection there that, like, was he your favourite player at the time, or was it the school? Did the school turn around and say you had to do it for Barini? That would be quite interesting. Never a prouder moment in my life, says Lewis. It's the proudest moment so far. It'll be even better down the line when he gets the next one. So Barini ended Mourinho's 77 match unbeaten run at Stamford Bridge. What a prat. What a legend. What a legend. Goes down in history, you would say. So I do apologise if I've missed some of the chat there a little bit about... So I very much do agree that football is too fluid, in my opinion, for you to have to worry about there being a homogenous style. As I said, you see more threes in basketball, but you still see quite a lot of variety to the way that basketball teams play. I think that their use of statistics is far much further along than we have with football at the moment. So I don't think there's going to be too much of a risk of that. But hey, who knows? We'll see what happens in the future. Right, our next game is a home game against the Lynxes. It's against Ilves. Let's go with our 4-4-2. Let's try and persist. This time though, we've swapped the target forward and poacher around the other way round. That's what happens when you switch things around. It ends up the other way round. I know words. I definitely know words. So yeah, I think that might be a better use of their skills as well, with the inverted winger on the side that the target forward is. So potentially when he drops deep, you've got the player running underneath. That's the hope. So Savalainen, Raitanen, Kumetio, Enquist. We're sticking with Diane, who's... No, we're going to give Dahlstrom the start. And we're going to partner him with Diane. Diane can do defensive stuff. He's not got great aggression, I think. So he's not got great aggression or tackling. I thought he could tackle. I wonder if his tackling's gone down since being with us. No, I thought he could tackle. So actually, no, we're going to pop Okariki in. Stavitsky. Off the left, we're going with Karkinen. That means Sutari and Lundberg up front. Soderman. Those Rockman, Asirovic, Yakub. Is that what we're going with? Does that allow us to meet our thingy? What's it? It does. We meet our minimum requirements there. Yeah, let's give that a go. We are meeting Ilves again. We will play them, I imagine, on every stream from here on in. There's Wickham Portsmouth too. What's the Wickham Portsmouth, like? Who cares about Wickham Portsmouth? No, that should be a good game, I imagine. Like that's what the FA Cup is all about, right? It's about those less fancied ties. 4-4-2 indeed. 4-4. I mean, our other formation is basically a 4-4-2, but with one person defending a little bit deeper. So the quest says it had to be a person, and he was a handsome Liverpool player. The beard allowed me to hide my poor ability to draw a face. That is fair. That is fair. So we're calling it Mike Musterman Bassett. Indeed. So Schick has scored. Schick has scored. It's 3-1. Crazy. What is going on in that game? What is going on in that game? Here's Costa. They're lining up outside the edge of the area. The shot is blocked. We did lose our set-piece coach over the off-season. I think there might be a point where we start taking over set-pieces. Alan Markey, his pass is bad. Stavitsky steps in. Stavitsky leading the chase. Great tackle from Pikarainen. The danger isn't gone. It's a beautiful ball for Sutari. Sutari hits the foot of the post. Oh, Sutari. Sutari's coming. He's been great, but he's starting to take his finishing cues from Lundberg. Right, Stavitsky to the loose ball. Back inside, surely. No, he goes back to Akereke. Here's Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom tries to create some space on the right. He does. He surges forwards. That looked like a great tackle. A great tackle from Canerva. We've missed a penalty already. We've missed a penalty already this evening. Can Savalainen put it away? No, he can't. That's another penalty missed. Oh dear. Oh dear. Stavitsky will take the corner. In nice, flat and low, but headed away by Canerva. That is what we deserved. That wasn't a penalty. It wasn't a penalty at all. So, that's 2 penalties missed so far this season. Savalainen was pretty reliable last year as well. Right, Canerva with the throw-in. It's a foul by Stavitsky. He gets away with it. Kereke just lumps it clear. Get it out of here. Carlson into Kiviko. Kiviko back to Carlson. We're now applying a bit of pressure. If we could just steal in here, that would be nice. But we can't. Sajas back to Carlson. They really like playing it to Carlson. It's back to him again. Carlson into Sajas. He finds Alan Markey in acres of space. Plays it through for Anderson. Stavitsky. Stavitsky just stops running. Shot cross deflected. Out for a corner. Out for a corner. Here's the cross coming in. Lundberg heads it away. Sajas crooks with the cross. Kumetio gets it away. Off the pots. There's a penalty as well. Was poor. We do need an RNG reset as Dahlstrom clips the top of the net. So is my director of football responsible for hiring staff? He is indeed. I assume he's hired a new set piece coach. I ultimately, because he does that, I haven't really been paying attention to it. But I think we've took over here. Sutari's going to make it. Oh, what a save from Vitala. What a save. Sutari's missed 2 big chances now. One fired back off the inside of the post. The other, a big save. Dahlstrom with the ball. Finds Enquist. He's onside. He's created some space and then he goes away from it. Why? What? Our left footers in particular seem to create great opportunities to shoot with their left foot and then pass outside the box. Right, Lundberg. He's a left footer. He plays it to Savalainen. Back out to Raitanen. Savalainen crosses it in. Can Sutari get there? He can. It's a good header. Good save from Vitala. Folded like a pack of cards under pressure. Indeed. Here's the cross coming in. Snore claims it. That's okay. We are Arsenal. We are Finnish Arsenal. We're not here for impeccable grammar or spelling. We are not. I'm sure that will upset Crudmo. He likes to correct. He does indeed, and he has corrected there. Sutari. Bittler with a save once more. Look, we're doing much better in terms of chance creation in this game, but we've seen this before where we create chances, and we don't score. It's 1.83 XG, so that's 1.04 XG if you take the penalty off. We really should be finishing off some of these chances. So I'm going to say don't lose faith, but I'm going to tell these guys that they've not been good enough. We need them to step it up and really, like, we're creating the chances. We don't need any help in that regard. We just need to finish them off. Right, okay, out to Karkinen. Oh, good. Yes, we can bring Karkinen off at some point as well, hopefully. So it's 1-0 to West Ham. Oh dear, that's not good. That's not good. There's a really nice goal though, apparently. It's Paqueta who scored. Boom. He should be banned, shouldn't he, or something? Right. Canerva finds Anderson. Anderson crosses. Kumetio cuts it out and oh. Well, that's a goal to concede, eh? That is a goal to concede. Kumetio cuts it out and then just stands there. Oh dear. This is what we said about not taking our chances. So Lumbo back to Kumetio. Can we respond immediately? Karkinen sends a long ball forward to Sutari. Sutari is in behind. Sutari's shot is blocked. It's a nice ball from Karkinen. But let's see a little bit of Basirovic. We've been waiting to see him unleashed. Maybe he can be the difference maker. Here you go. That's the change made. So Musterman says, and Paqueta played an air guitar as celebration as well. To add insult to injury, I mean, seems like a fair celebration, right? Right, Enqvist now. He with the throw into Lundberg. Lundberg plays it across. Lundberg's rating is better than Satari's because Satari, the chances have fallen to Satari, and he's not taken them, unfortunately. But there has to be questions about why Lundberg isn't getting the chances. Right, here's Savalainen into Satari. Back to Savalainen. He's got some space. Can he send it in? He can indeed. That's another penalty. Right, okay. Sutari won the penalty. Lundberg is tired. On comes Jakub. It's going to be Satari as the target forward. Jakub as the advance forwards. Jakub as the penalty taker. What could go wrong with bringing a player on and getting him to immediately take the penalty? Nothing. Nothing can go wrong with this. Nothing whatsoever can go wrong with this decision, which is going to be genius. It is genius! There we go. There we go. Antonio Jakub. Genuinely. Nervous. Vittula guessed the right way. Even got a hand to it. So, Johnny Trotter prefers to play the air drums. It's the air flute for GNG. But Jakub. Air flute. Yes, indeed. The air vocals. That'll be me with my lag. I'll be a few seconds behind. It'll be beautiful. Enqvist finds Whiten shot. Deflected behind. I think we're going to throw everything at this as we come into the last few moments. Here's the cross coming in. Enqvist sends it back in once more. Whiten's there to gather. Whiten tries to do something cool. Doesn't. Then gives the ball away. Here's a chance for Ilves to counter. Stavitsky rescues it. Right, last 10 minutes. Oh, no. Oh, okay. There we go. That was perfectly normal and what I expected. Dahlstrom and a Kerake to come off. So if Dahlstrom and a Kerake come off, we'd be looking at Kuitunen and Diane. We're going to ask Diane to get forwards and attack that space. And just increase the tempo a little. Just a little. Come on, last 10 minutes. You can do this, guys. You can do this. Demand more. 3.48 XG because we had 2 penalties. Like that's nearly 2 XG of that, right? So here's Carlson. Carlson plays it inside to Umar, all the way back to Vittula. Vittula, cross to Carlson. Will they go down the wing? They do. Enqvist picks it up. Carlson steps in. Diane sweeps up the ball. Long ball forward. Stavitsky now. Stavitsky plays it to Jakub. Has he stayed onside? He feeds it across. It's cut out by Umar. And look at what happens if you're a defender and you cut the ball out and then you don't just stand still. Stavitsky! That's the Stavitsky we know. That's the Stavitsky we know. Right, Fulkrug is injured. Oh, poor Fulkrug. Here's Bulgakov. Sends it into Marconi. It's offside. It's offside. It's offside. And we don't even get a replay. We don't even get a replay. Right, Kuitunen out to Basirovic. Here's Enqvist now. Both teams trying to get that winner. I say that. I think that was only Ilves, like, 4th shot, 5th shot, something. Long ball. That's the game over. That is the game over. Absolute Absolute joke defending has cost us big. We got, like, we've had 2 penalties. We've got to feel lucky. That first penalty wasn't a penalty whatsoever. But this goal is painful. Canerva comes forwards. Anderson, great play by Cometio, and then you just stand still. Damned Ilves indeed. We weren't good enough. We weren't good enough, guys. That is 2 draws in a row. Goodness, KTP could pull it back to within a point potentially. So training, rest, 1 day. Our next game is away against VPS in 3 days' time. That's there. Then another game. So lots of games in May. Why are there so many games in May? Was it like this last year? I feel like I said this last year as well. So May, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games in May last year. And it looks the same here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I keep on getting surprised by the number of games. Right, there we go. Pity missed the first one was a bad decision. I mean, it didn't say it was a bad decision, but it looked like he got the ball very, very clearly. So KTP are within a point of us. We would really like to win this game against VPS. We drew KTP in the cup as well. So we will be playing them again shortly. VPS are currently bottom of the league. So why is Aston Villa wearing all black today? The pants are white, but why? It's the 150th anniversary kit hung them in, I assume. I mean, I can't see the game, but there we go. I assume they're wearing the 150th anniversary kit. Why is it black? No ideas. Right, so Matt has said that the Ilves is the best and worst badge ever. It is the greatest badge, absolutely no doubt. The poorly drawn cat team. So people are watching the FA Cup rather than the Bundesliga. Barbie seems shocked by that. I mean, well, the game's already over, isn't it, in the Bundesliga? I mean, like, yeah, Leverkusen have let Dortmund score 1, but it seems like it's already over. Right. So there is a suggestion that we're studging for the mini games. That's why Look Mano Pants is watching both. I can't do FA Cup ones anymore. Look, Mano Pants has already told me off for doing FA Cup, so I can't do that. So when is the UCL game? We'll be looking at it's going to be around July time. We're not quite there. We haven't had the draw yet. RJ is watching Standard versus Kortrijk. What's the score in that one? 150th anniversary and the kits are black. Some bizarre choice indeed. I'm sure there's a reason why they've gone for black. Matt says we have a similar situation as we have a winter break for 2 months. First half of the season is really front heavy. It's crazy how front heavy it is. But I suppose because of things like Europe and stuff, you kind of want to make sure that you get as many games out the way early so you don't end up with it all squashed at the back end of the season. Right, so away from home, we'll go a little bit more conservative again. Lundberg drops out. So that'll be Yakub and Sutari. The finger is a week away still. Basirovic is going to get the start. Kumecho has to be dropped. Like, he needs to be told that he's a naughty boy for his mistake in the last game. Marty is back, though. Artie Martin is back, and that means we can move Soderman back down to the U squads. Yeah, I think we're good with that, right? Right, it's 0-0 in the standard game. Yeah, that should be okay. That should be okay. They've made 5 changes from their midweek game. We're not on a good run. We're not playing. Well, I mean, I say we're not on a good run. Even if you took those 2 penalties out, we still would have created like 2 XG in the last game. So we are playing okay. Well, we played okay. We're just not finishing. We're away from home. We are going to say, stick to the plan. Let's just, they didn't like that. Stick to the plan. I need you to play well. No! We don't. We don't want to play well. Playing well is for losers. There we go. So there we go. I am allowed to do FA Cup based things, but only for games that look Marno Pants has watched. Fair. That is fair. Hud with a free kick. That's deflected behind. It's going to be a corner for VPS. The 8th minute. Can Raja create something here? Here's cross. In at the near post. We get the first ball clear. Marcos can't reach the second ball either. Romberg gets the third ball. He sends the cross in. Enquist heads it behind for another corner. Oh, they've got Gebrazigi. Gebrazigi was a player we looked at a couple of summers ago. Right, Raja's corner. In again. Again, we win the first ball. Don't get to the second ball, but Snore gathers. So that's 3 chances for VPS in the early stages here. We look at things, we do seem to be a little bit hemmed in right now. Enquist has already picked up a yellow card. That means he misses our next game. Here's Basirovic. His shot is deflected wide. It's a good block from Hud. It's going to be Savitsky. Can he create something from here? His cross in. Sutari at the far post. He's beaten to it. We don't get to the second ball again. Here's Marcos coming away with the ball. Marcos beats his man. Can he do something? He does. He plays inside to Kwek. Good covering in the end from Yakub. Right, we're starting to creep up a little bit, which is okay. Enquist with the corner. It's going to be just set pieces for either team right now. We got to the second ball. Enquist to Akereke shot, saved by Martinen. But not our Martinen. They've also got a goalkeeper called Martin. So why doesn't Mustermann know that black shirts are modelled on the first kits worn by the club before the transition to the famous claret and blue colours? I don't. Sorry. Cheeto Rob said exactly the same thing as well. Villa's kit is all black to celebrate their original kits from 150 years ago. Bam Bam says, not standard, but more like substandard Liège. Beautiful stuff there. Right. Well intercepted by Romberg. Chance for VPS to build up from deep. Here's Martinen. Can he send it long? He is going to send it long. Nice and direct. Unfortunately, he sent it. Snore saves us. Snore saves us. Right, there we go. Cross. We brought in Mana because of the poor defending by Kumecha in the last game. And Mana does that. We do seem to maybe have rolled poorly on some form of luck modifier, potentially. It does seem to be a little bit cruel right now, but can Stavitsky do something? He finds Sutari. Sutari shoots from distance. That's over. What the fuck was that, says Johnny. Exactly. Right, Barkley is injured. Amadou and Nana is in. Villa are struggling with injuries too at the moment. Oh my, now the black kit makes sense. It does indeed. Romberg at the far post. These boys need a proverbial kicking up the arse. That is not good enough. Thrash those arms. Nope, point the finger. Let's just pop back for a moment. Let's see. We've not had much of the ball at all. Subsequently, we've had a lot of final third passes. We might want to go a little bit more direct with our play. Let's see where VPS are holding on to the ball. So we're not getting pressure on them. They're holding the ball very, very deep. We are losing the ball. Stavitsky, that's okay. The wingers are fine. Dahlstrom. Actually, Enquist and Akereke are my concerns more in that regard. So, here we go. Enquist comes off. As does Akereke. We are going to look to play at a higher tempo. And we're going to push our engagement up. Right, that does potentially leave us open defensively, but we're allowing them to have the ball far too easily with very little pressure. So it's coming quite a bit on the left with Romberg in particular. So we're going to try and put the pressure on Romberg. See if we can force some turnovers. Snore needs a song when he makes penalty saves. Well, we don't want to plan for that though, Matt, do we? Because then that means we want to concede penalties. Yes, lots of players need some songs though. Snore equals Mariehamm's De Gea. I think Snore's better than De Gea, right? Definitely better than De Gea. Right, Hard gets it clear. Here's Marcus. Diane steps in. Mane fades Basirovic. Basirovic's touch is poor. Gabriel gets in, gets it back. But that's awful. Savitsky to Sutari. The luck modifier has changed. The luck modifier has changed. Oh, that's an awful goal to concede. An awful goal to concede. Brilliant of Stavitsky. Stavitsky knew that Sutari's a better finisher. Selflessly squares it. And it wasn't Harry Maguire to blaze over from 5 yards out. Right, can VPS come back? Here is Gebrzeski. That's not how you say his name. Intercepted. Kumecho. Cross to Snore. Snore. Under pressure. Just get clear. Sutari doesn't challenge for the header. Here's Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom finds Stavitsky. Jakub in the channels. Jakub's first touch. He's offside. He's offside. That's not a highlight. He's not a highlight at all. Oh, Finland. Indeed. Like we haven't seen much of this like awful football previously. Like there has been like maybe there'd be one defensive error per stream. Does feel very much like we are reaching the point where they've all forgotten how to play football. Savalainen to Dahlstrom to Reitinen. Back out to Savalainen. He sends it in. Sutari with a header. Not enough on it. Not enough on it. Easy save in the end for Martin. Right, Martin will send it long. The highlight hasn't ended. Here's Hud. Hud running down the right. Can we make a challenge? We can't. We plays it inside. Here's Gebrzeski. He's offside, right? He is offside. He's offside. It's all good. How far was he offside? Not much. It was a lovely ball by Harvarinen. There, Gebrzeski, good finish. We're 1-0 up now, so we can drop back to our previous system like so. Gonna drop the tempo down. Gonna try and keep I want us to keep a little bit more of the ball, right? Given how much we've seen in the way of defensive errors in this game, that's probably a very, very dumb decision. Yeah, we're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. For fuck's sake, Dortmund missed a big one. Who missed the chance, ACAB? Who missed the chance? A Savalainen shot is pushed behind. It's offside anyway. The cat t-shirt reminds me of a joke comment about helping my Uncle Jack off a horse. Something I clearly need to see once I get off stream. Right, or the one about why are spelling and grammar important? It's the difference between knowing your shit and knowing your shit. Indeed. Weissman forces a save out of Snore. Come on, lads. You're better than this. You're better than this. Oh boy, I even start understanding chat's jokes, says RJ. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all downhill from here. All downhill from here if you start understanding. Right, are we getting a bit more hold of the ball? Can't really see in terms of stats aren't changing a great amount. Wrighton gets it clear. Jakub. Here's Romberg to Raja. Raja crosses it in. That's 1-1. That is 1-1. The changes did not help. Right. Back up. Everything back up. Back up. All the way. Let's put some pressure on. Sirovic is now the next one coming off. And that means we're going to bring on Rockman. In fact, yeah, we're going to. So Poacher, we're going back to the normal one with Sutari and Lundberg as the Poacher, and tempo up. Make those changes once again. Need to apply pressure, and Dahlstrom is coming off. He's going to be replaced by Kuitunen. He's going to play as a defensive midfielder. Last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. So, the statement is that Schalke are better than Dortmund anyway. We're slowly corrupting RJ, one piece of nonsense at a time. Indeed. How long does it take for Patreon to sync with Discord? I need my green colour. Holy Fab, it should sync pretty much straight away from what I can tell. Yeah, let me know if when I'm off the stream. Let me know if it's, well, I can see off the stream if it hasn't, because if it hasn't by that point, there's definitely something going wrong there. So we went more attacking. Nothing much came of it, but are we able to do something here? Here's Savalainen. Send the crossing. There we go. Savalainen to Satari. There we go. In injury time. In injury time. That's a cracking header from Sutari. A lovely cross from Savalainen. Like, the curve on it was nice. The header was powerful. That's what we've been missing. That's what we've been missing. As Rockman feeds Diane. Diane shoots over from well placed. Diane returns us back to the kind of finishing we're used to. Yeah, thank God for Sutari. Thank God for Sutari. BPS have been robbed. Robbed, I tell you. Yeah, we are definitely not at our most fluid. Actually, no, it's not that we're not our most fluid. We're playing okay-ish. We're just not scoring. But Sutari coming in big. Poor old Lundberg. Average rating of 6.62 over the last 5 games. Right, training. Rest these guys. That's going to be Kumecho in, Mana to the left. Bawa on the bench. I wasn't impressed with Kereke in that last game, so Bawa would even come into the starting lineup. Oh, Bayo and Giro, you were so good in your small little cameo at the beginning of the season. You were so good, and nobody's quite managed to take his place since then. Oh, what could have been? What could have been? Welcome to the Kereke Penitentiary, says Ladislav Almasi. I still don't know why you're such a big fan of Kereke. Like, he's got great hair, but he's not been that good for us this season. Like, he's meant to be winning us possession. His tackling's okay. His headering's good. He's not progressing the ball much. He is safe on it, at least. Right, Sherlin prefers Sutari to Mbappe. That's a take I'm fully on board on. So if you sub to the highest tier on Patreon, you have your username in green on Discord. You do indeed. You do indeed. So what is green? Right, okay. But is it green? It's kind of a bluey colour, isn't it? It's like it's like the colour that well, I was going to say that Ladislav Almasi's name appears on Twitch for me, but I can't. I don't know if you see people at the same colour. Oh, yeah, but not the colour that Ladislav Almasi appears down there though, but the colour he appears in my chat on Twitch. That's not very helpful. So Rich Sun says your keeper Olsen is not great. Flapped at a couple of balls and looks very susceptible to shots. Rich, let me step in and correct you right now. Olsen is possibly the worst goalkeeper ever. I have not seen him ever put in a game where he looks even remotely competent. I don't understand how he's still at the club. He is truly, truly atrocious, bless him. But there we go. There we go. You know, it's a backup keeper. I suppose he's probably a good personality off the field. I don't say, but every time he plays, he costs like, we concede like 4 goals every game he plays. It's painful. It is very, very painful. So Carney Chukwuemeka, I need a new favourite after Slaymar got banished. Slaymar didn't get banished. We're getting him first time football. He's not really. So he went all season and didn't score in the league last year. So he's now starting, or should hopefully be starting. What's your issue now? Lack of first team football for Abu Bawa. They hate us on every loan. Yeah, bugger off, Peter Wemberg. I'm not talking to you either. So Slaymar has been starting and he has been scoring. Currently out in Norway, but in the elite series, so like at a proper level there, and he's scoring goals. That's going to be good experience for him in development. He has been playing for TPS, which is great. Seems to be doing solid. Edlund has been starting for Jazz as well, which is marvelous. So they're getting game time. They're getting a chance to properly develop. Well, at least that's the theory, right? That's the theory. Crodmo says none of our goalkeepers have been great. Crodmo, you've had to deal with Robin Olsen. Would you take Robin Olsen back? Crodmo says you meant none of the IFK Mariehamn keepers. Really? Let's have a look at our, like, Snore has been brilliant for us, right? Snore has been incredible, I thought. But I haven't looked. I don't need to do it from there. I can do it from here. Yeah, look at that. Oscar Snore is a legend. Oscar Snore is the greatest goalkeeper of all time. He's even got a snore. Look at that snore on Snore. Perfectly logical sentence there. Right, so we're going with, what are the changes we are going with? Finger is still a few days away. We've made some of them there. Do we give Rockman his chance once more? No, we're going to stick with Jakub. Get Basirovic more game time. Yeah, we're okay. No. Satari scored in that formation last time round. Let's go back to that. There we go. The 4-4-2, 2 big men, send balls into the box. That's how we're going to win these games, right? So Nyland got a lot of criticism as the Norway keeper before. Is it a Scandinavian keeper curse at Villa? Quite possibly. I mean, we all remember the Peter Enkelman era. Being a Scandinavian keeper at Villa might just not be the thing you need. Might not be the thing you need to do. So Ladislav Almaty fan says, me and Slaymar hand in a transfer request to join SC Canberra, where the manager treats their strikers well. A bold take. Well, I expect to win, so we're going with that. And again, we're telling you, we need some good performances out of you guys. Like, I mean, have you seen what she's done to Ladislav Almaty? Like, she still prefers Puppy over him. Pickford is one of the top 2 to 3 Everton goalkeepers you've seen in your life. So who are above Pickford? Tim Howard? Neville Southall? I'm trying to think of other Everton goalkeepers. I just can't even think of any at the moment. Here comes Tarianen. Tarianen sends the cross into the far post. Ivanovic is there. Ivanovic, who turned down our advances in the summer. Stavitsky hits the inside of the post. By far the greatest keeper of all time. Who's that? So Big Nev. Right, Big Nev has been shouted out by Rich. Crodmo says you didn't think Robin Olsen was that bad as a backup, to be fair. Was that whilst he was... So when he played as a backup, you'd say, like, yeah, okay, he's absolutely fine? Or that you didn't mind him being there on the bench to offer a little bit of support? Nigel Martin was a very good Everton goalkeeper. Fair point. I forgot Nigel Martin was with you. Lundberg injured. Yay. Savalainen. Here's Stavitsky back. Savalainen. Diane. Whiten plays it to Bauer. Bauer shoots from distance. Good save from Oluwayemi. Oluwayemi does tend to have very, very good performances against us. So not really had any really good chances, but we've been in a decent position. Stavitsky forces another good save. We need to be better with our chance creation. Lundberg's going to take the corner. Our big man taking the corner because Enquist is currently suspended. Comes back to him. Here's Savalainen. Just wide. Just wide. Yeah, I think we've been... chance quality isn't great, but I think we've been okay. Let's try and apply a bit more pressure. Right, I'm happy we've dominated possession. I'm not happy that Lundberg is injured. On comes Jakub. Bauer as well. That means a Karake's on. Those changes mean that there. Be more expressive. Into the second half we go. This is where we need to turn the screw. We need to make it count. Right, Conkler out to Koskopalo. Playing at left back is Koskopalo. Interesting to see. He plays it into Vanian Park. Kumecho steps in. Kumecho finds Jakub. Jakub's can't get it through, but here's Atli Mani. Mani with the cross. Stavitsky at the far post doesn't get there. Ivanovic can clear. Ivanovic sends the ball long. Reiten's in. Out for a throw-in. That is surely the end of the highlight. It is indeed. It is indeed. Gordon West got so nervous before pretty much every match he'd vomit. Got some shout-outs for Banks and Clements and Shilton, all as top keepers. Can't really disagree with that. As Jakub plays it back to Snore. Snore's got plenty of time, so is he going to just punt it long? He does indeed, to nobody. But that's okay, because Basirovic can get to the second ball. Basirovic sends the cross in, surely. He does now. There's Jakub. Can't quite get there. Ivanovic will be able to clear. He's going to carry it. No one's going to stop Ivanovic. Yes, they are. Diane's going to stop Ivanovic. Stavitsky into Jakub. Jakub, get the cross in, my man. And that one's cleared. What is this highlight? Is there going to actually be a proper highlight? Here's Basirovic. Jakub, oh, Jakub. Why did you head that? Take it down, my man. Take it down. Eesh. Right, into 68 minutes now. Going for a double change in the wide areas. Stavitsky and Basirovic to come off. On comes Rockman and Karkinen. They're going to be our difference makers. Voutilainen on the ball. Out to Koskopalo. He's been switched back to right back. Kabashi. Voutilainen across to Taurin. Ivanovic. Plays it safe. Ivanovic, though, isn't there. Rockman finds Sutari. Sutari takes it past that against the angle. Oni Sutari with the goal. Great moment from Rockman. Rockman created. So, Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for you. Danny Rockman goes for Mariehamn. Like, sure, he didn't score the goal, but he created it, so it still counts as his goal, right? His goal, contribution. Rockman, can he find something here? He feeds Jakub. Jakub shoots from a very, very, very peculiar angle. Right, Diane pushes down the channel. Diane sends the cross in, does he? Low, cut out by Kabashi. It's back to Diane. He feeds Rockman. Rockman to Jakub. Jakub somehow fires over from 8 yards. Oluwayemi sends it long. Here we go. Kuningas shouldn't get there. Mane should. That should be fine. Now here's Jakub. He's dropped quite deep. He's going to carry the ball. Finds Rockman. Rockman fills into that space centrally. It's a poor pass. Karkinen cuts out. Atli Mani plays it inside to Diane. To Karkinen. Karkinen behind. There's Jakub. Jakub makes it 2-0. That was a lovely ball from Severi Karkinen. Severi Karkinen proving me wrong for not playing him more. Lovely, lovely ball. It's the ball in. Karkinen takes a touch, waits it perfectly. Yacoub gets there before Oluwayemi, and that is 2-0. Was there? It wasn't tight, was it? Yeah, plenty of onsidiness there. Well, right, I see what happens. I keep on pressing space to pause the game, but the computer's registering that I've clicked something else prior to that point. So it keeps on doing things like pausing the music. Right, our final change is Queetonen to be a target forwards for the last 10 minutes because we're running out of attacking players to bring on as substitutes. With Lundberg down now as well. Ivanovic with the free kick into the wall. Here's Mutgaard. Mutgaard all the way back to Vinepa. And good highlight. Good highlight. Mane into a Kereke. Finds Diane. Diane's going to play it through for Rockman. Danny Rockman forces the save out of Oluwayemi. Good stop. Good stop. So there I are. There seems to be a conversation about English goalkeepers and Irish goalkeepers. I feel like you've never seen a Casillas or a Buffon in England. There's some talk about Given and Bonner as Ivanovic pulls one back late on in the game. That's their first shot on target. I pressed the wrong one. I meant to ask them to focus, but there we go. We're going to fire them up into the last few moments. 5 minutes remaining. Here's a highlight. Yanti back to Vinepa. Here's Taurinen. Plays it down the line. Ivanovic inside. Akereke intercepts. Queetonen plays it through for Yacoub. Yacoub can't get the ball out of his feet, and maybe they've managed to settle the defence. They have indeed. Yanti steps in, plays it all the way back to Oluwayemi. Oluwayemi will send it long as Latte search for the equaliser. Mane gets the first header, but here's Voutilainen. Plays it down the line for Engstrom. Engstrom, can he get the cross in? Engstrom finds Janti, and that's 2-2. That is 2-2. That's what we deserve. That is what we deserve. We've got a defender on as a striker in the last 10 minutes. Maybe I should have actually put him in defence to see out these last few moments. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. We finally had a game where we looked like we were getting the scoreline that suits the way we've played. And we've thrown it away. And here comes Larty again. Stepped in. Reiten plays the ball into Savalainen. Back to Reiten. Tut. Kimetio out wide to Rockman. Rockman missed a big chance at the end there. Reiten, that's the end of the game. Another draw. Oh boy, this is going to have to be some water bottle throwing. I'm embarrassed, lads. I'm embarrassed for you. Just what was that? What was that? Lundberg is out for 4 weeks. Our numbers are thinning. We've probably went into this season with the largest squad we've had so far. Ooh, that's not good. Right, training, rest, one day. We do have Enquist back. And then we move forwards to the next game, which is away against KTP in the Swarman Cup. And I think the transfer window opens in June 10th. Is it June 10th or is it July the 10th? It's July it opens. There we go. Ah, well. So Paul Robinson was quite a decent goalkeeper. I agree with that. You can't type the word Seaman without an A. Good to know. You can, though. You can if you go for Dennis Simon. Johnny Trotter reckons that Mariehamn need a week off. They need to get to the grind. Hunderman is calling us Arsenal now. I'm losing it. Wow, that's a bit harsh. I think that was a fair comment. We've managed to win a number of games that we didn't deserve to, and we didn't take our chances, so we deserve to throw it away. They need to learn that they can't just turn up and expect to win. They need to play out the whole 90. Right, Right, it's a good cop, bad cop routine here. Indeed. Indeed. Right, we have a break coming up. So I will see you in about 3-4 minutes, and we come out of it and we head into another little mini game. I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. We're back. We're back. Thank you very much for the hydrate, RJ and Bam Bam. I will drown myself. There we go. The burp should come in a moment. So, Ladislav, massive fan, did we ever have that singing stream he promised us like a month ago? And that's right, you did say moth, so I'm going to read it as moth. I definitely have the intelligence to know that you meant to say month, and I didn't just read it ad verbatim because I'm an idiot. Definitely not an idiot. Definitely not an idiot. Yeah, maybe. Right. Yes. So no, we haven't had it. I still have the same problem. I bought some wired headphones in the hope that that would be able to stop the issue with the lag, so we could then sync the music up. And that didn't work. We still have roughly about a 300 millisecond lag between the microphone input and the audio. So I haven't been able to find a solution. I have been looking. It is still very much on board should that situation arise. I have been asking people who've done like karaoke streams before, and they've done it with like dedicated karaoke machines, which, that's probably not going to be a viable option. So it is something I am still looking at. So it's not been forgotten. Right, let's play a round of Only Connect. So if you're new here and you don't know how this works, you're going to see 4 pictures of footballers. Maybe former footballers, maybe current footballers. Your job is to work out the connection between them. You'll see them one after another. The earlier you guess, the more points you get. Now, the connection might be something kind of simple, like they've all played with the same player, or they've all been managed by the same manager, or they've all played for the same team. It might be something a little bit more obscure. So let's head on in, see what the first clue is, and see if we can work things out. Pardon me, who is this lovely fella? Who is this lovely fella? And so the goalkeeper conversation is carrying on. We've got Khan was a superb keeper. You think he was as good as Bartes? I'd say that Khan was better than Bartes, surely. Like Bartes was a very, very good goalkeeper. Don't get me wrong. But Khan was excellent. A bit crazy, but definitely excellent. So Buffon, incredible keeper, absolutely. So in your opinion, Khan or Neuer? I'd go Khan personally. Khan, probably the better goalkeeper. Neuer, the better footballer. I'd agree with that. So we've got some guesses coming in. We've got people, correctly identifying this is indeed Abidal. So is the link that these are all players that fought against cancer? It's not, I'm afraid. Out Farby with a very similar suggestion there as well. So they've all been directors of football at Barcelona. Is a fine guess as well. That's not what we're looking for either, I'm afraid. Look, Maher says that the Titan will always be his goalkeeping goat. That's fair. That's fair. Rich Sun reckons that Neuer is the better simply because he took goalkeeping to another level with his ability to sweep off the line. And that's where it always becomes difficult, isn't it? Because like the expectations of a goalkeeper in those eras was so very different. Holifab has gone for organ transplants. It's not that either, I'm afraid. Let's move on to the next clue. See if that helps at all. Who is this fine fella? Another legend of the game. It is indeed Pavel Nedved. Pavel Nedved. Beautiful, wonderful player. Correctly identified by Quadmo, ACAB Europe, RJ, and Drollblooder. Welcome in, Drollblooder. Nedved is the Czech king, says Tyreek George. He is such a quality player. Such a quality player. So Quadmo's gone that all the players lifted a trophy when they weren't the captain, but were invited to lift it anyway. That is... I will take it that has happened with these two. It's not what we're looking for, I'm afraid. So is it that there's a Dan teammates? That's a fine guess. It's not, I'm afraid. They worked upstairs at clubs that they played for, or all been part of the board at a club. Again, fine guesses. It's not those, I'm afraid. Nedved is one of Rich Sun's favourite all-time players. Just so graceful to watch. Incredible. Suspended from a Champions League final. Is fair guess. Not that deserved winner of the Ballon d'Or. Been a fine guess as well. Have they all played with Thierry Henry? It's not that they've all played with Thierry Henry, but that's a fine guess too. Legends that became sports directors, so it's not got anything to do with working behind the scenes with the club. So Abidal lifted the 2011 Champions League on invitation of Puyol. Fair enough. Did it happen for this next one? Has this player at any point been invited to lift a trophy when they weren't the captain? It is indeed Jordan Ayew. So can we think of anything that links Eric Abidal, Pavel Nedved, and Jordan Ayew? That's definitely a bit of a something in the works. What's the word I'm looking for? Who knows? Bit of a curveball, yes. We'll go with curveball Ayew. So is it famous family footballers? It isn't at all. I would say that it might be Friday today. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to be abstract. So it might be a more straightforward connection we're looking for today. So 4N71574R has said that they all have Saints as first names. I don't know enough about Saints, I'll be honest. Pavel, I'm guessing there's almost certainly a St. Paul. Yes, it's Pavel, St. Paul. I don't know about any St. Erics or St. Jordans. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a St. Eric or a St. Jordan. Outfire has suggested they might have all worn number 3 at some point. I mean, I suppose you've got Abidal there. Yeah, Abidal surely wore number 3. Ayew quite famously. I don't know about Nedved. It's not the clue we're looking for, I'm afraid. So, Leon Academy related, perhaps, because of Ayew and Abidal. It's not that, I'm afraid. Have they all appeared in TV football reality shows? Again, I don't know if they have. It would be a fine guess. All played with their brothers on the national team. It's, again, perfectly reasonable. It's not what we're looking for. Here's the very last one. And as I said, this is probably a much more straightforward connection than you're used to on a Friday. It is indeed Mbappe, Quadmo. Kylian Mbappe. We have Eric Abidal, Pavel Nedved, Jordan Ayew, and Kylian Mbappe. Who's this player, says RJ. Exactly. Who is he? Who is he? Is it an Henri link, says Cocker Smash. It's not an Henri link. It is not an Henri link. So Tyreek George has said that it's all the greats of football history in this one. Absolutely. As we all know, Jordan Ayew is the greatest of all time. So have they all scored against Man United? Quite possibly. I couldn't necessarily disprove that, but that's not what we're looking for. Are they all the youngest scorers for their country? They're not, no. Is this the first one no one guesses? It's looking that way. It is looking that way. Johnny Trotter's gone for younger brothers who are also professional sportsmen. Not what we're looking for. It's not family related. It's something. So I'm going to make sure that I go through back to the right way. So if I go too far, it will reveal the answer. So the connection might be a player or manager they've worked with, or a team they have in common. Let's discount abstract entirely. So Hung Min has gone for all played with their brothers at the same club. It's still not family related, I'm afraid, Hung Min. Jordan Ayew is the younger brother. That's a fair point as well. I will narrow this down. It is a shared manager. They've all been managed by the same person. So it's someone who's been managing back when Nedved was playing, when Abidal was playing, but also whilst Mbappe is playing. And so, there we go. There it is. There it is indeed. Tyreek George fan comes in and says Deschamps. ACAB just mere moments after. Crodmo with the realisation, oh yeah, it is indeed. They've all played under Deschamps. Considering, this Deschamps has stepped down or will be stepping down. It just seemed like a fair recommendation for this time. So Johnny says, now we are over analysing on a Friday. Absolutely. I've destroyed your brains. I've forced you into a situation where you think things are going to be super complicated. And it was just an easy one. Do you know why this was I say easy, it's still not easy. And it's still brilliant to get it. Like Tyreek George, genuinely well done, and ACAB and Crodmo. Because to still piece together players from all the way back in the early 2000s up until now, to think that, to remember Jordan Ayew's time at Marseille, that's still a broad amount of knowledge that you need to have there. But yeah, we only played one round of Only Connect on Monday, so this was actually the second game from Monday. There we go. Beautiful work there. Right, into our next game. We have a match up against KTP. We beat them 5-0 earlier this season, but we're now away, and it's in the Cup. So because it's a Cup game, we're going to make some changes. Satari has to start because of our lack of options up front now. We've given Savitsky the whole game off. Let's give Savitsky a rest. Let's give Komecha a rest. The finger makes it onto the bench. Maybe he comes on for like 15 minutes or so. That's kind of my hope here. But yeah, we'll pop in and let's hopefully get this one over the line. Vasilovic has played quite a bit over the last 3 games. He's still nowhere near fitness, which is a little bit of a concern. Right, enjoy the match. I have faith. We are going to, and I say like we're going to turn things around. We still haven't lost yet this season. This might be the moment that changes. Hipponen plays it back to Bodka. Hipponen was a player we had our eyes on during the off season. Very good striker, could cause us some damage. So Ayew is probably the only one ruining the Henri link. I think so. Tyreek George says, I'll be honest, I just threw a name out. Not much thought to it. Sometimes that's all you need. ACAB says it should be such an easy one. I still think that, I think any of them, when you get them, you guys have got a really incredibly broad knowledge. It takes a lot to pull those things together. I mean, I don't think a lot of these connections that are out there I'd ever get, because there's always one player that you're just never quite sure, you're not necessarily going to consider in that regards. So I think you should all pat yourselves on the back, even if it took you until that last hint. Right, come on the ham. I'd recommend not coming on the ham. Right, Okaki to Strang to cross it, hipping at the far post, doesn't get there. It comes all the way to Snorrison. Manga back to Snorrison, tackle from Mana. Larkso whips at it. Unfortunately, can't get enough of a purchase on it. Right, Enquist with the corner. Can we do something here? Ali Mane's header into the side netting. Yes. Right, okay. 100%. We are taking over corners from the next stream onwards. 100% taking on the corners from the next stream onwards. We're like Enquist is our left-footed taker. That's absolutely fine. Right, here's Rockman. Rockman can't get through. It's Satari shoots straight at Lilovic. Well saved from Lilovic. Like Enquist is like, he's not good at set pieces, but he takes them because he's left-footed. I think we need to have some ideas set up for maybe getting good set piece takers on there. Maybe a little bit more. I think we've scored one from a corner this season. I feel like we should be doing better. When we've got players like Atli Mane, we've got Kumetio, we've got a lot of big boys. Sutari, we've got Lundberg. We should be scoring more. Queethan heads over this time. We're creating chances, let's be fair. So what's the talk about? Right, because you think there's a lot of thought when shouting DeMarco. Naturally, absolutely. We thought he was the only footballer you'd heard of, pretty much. A song request, come on Eileen. That is, I mean, poor Eileen. Poor Eileen. Unless that's what she's into. So no more comment on that side of things. Right, here comes Hippinen, good save from Snore. Oh, I thought that whistle was for offside. You don't hear the whistle, but there we go. So Holofab says, this old man is going to lurk on his tablet, getting tired. See you all tomorrow. Lovely to have you in, Holofab. See you tomorrow, my dude. RJ, how are you top 3 all time? You said it yourself the other day. You've had a nice run with some early guesses. Rockman with the volley. Oh, Rockman. You've had some very, very good games in the last couple of weeks. And ultimately, all time rewards those that are here quite a bit. We just can't finish our dinner. Let's go with that. Abu Bawa is nothing if not consistent in the way that he picks up a yellow card in the first half of every game. And we're just, maybe it's the definition of madness. We keep doing the same things. We keep getting the same results, which at the moment is not finishing our chances. Right, Queetinen on the ball. Bit of a weak pass, but it's okay. Basirovic steps in. Pass to Rockman's intercepted. That ends the highlight. Come on the ham. Oh, I swear when he means, come on, let's take off everything. That pretty red dress. Oh, the ham. Tell him yes. Come on, come on the ham. Beautiful stuff. I'm not going to sing it though. Sorry. Right, here's Sutari. Sutari's shot. Good save from Lilovic. Well, weird save from Lilovic because he was standing there. And then he kind of moved his feet out of the way and dived back to where he was. Animations are animations, right? Animations are animations. That's my deep thought for the day. Right, stats wise, still okay. Not necessarily great chances. We know that we do rely a lot on headed chances as well. Here we go. Sutari, Basirovic. Can you send it in? He does. And there we go. The KTP players were the only ones to attack it, and we get a corner out of that. Enquist to take. We've had 5 or 6 headers from corners that we haven't managed to get on target. Lilovic claims there. Momentum's all in our favour. We are very much pushing them back, which is good. Right, what's our ball share? Let's start trying to take a few more risks. Sutari's going to have to... We need to spare Sutari. We need to protect him. Wrapping up in wall. So on comes Yakub. Yakub is going to play as an advance forward, which means we're going inverted winger, advance forward. attacking midfielder on support. We said like 15 minutes or so for the finger, so we're not going to bring him on right now. No, we don't force him on too early. We do though. Be more expressive. Let's try and get those balls in behind for Liigacup. So how many channel points for Mustermann to sing Come on the Ham to the tune of Come on Eileen? We still have the same problem. We still have the same problem in terms of being able to get things synced up. I can certainly do that, like not live. We can have that in as a celebration song, perhaps. Spasirovic, get the cross in, or don't. Why do we not cross? Why do we not cross in good positions? Don't need it synced up. Sing it a cappella. Oh dear God, no. We need we need as many other noises as possible as Mane heads it over to hide how awful it really is. Right, Basirovic coming off. On comes the finger. Diane replaces Karkinen, who's not having a great game. He's going to pop over here. So Rockman. Do we go into extra time? We've not had to deal with this before. Do we go into extra time, or is it a replay? Snore with the goal kick, sends it long. Liigacup wins his header. Here's Diane. Bad touch, unfortunately. Back to Lilovic. Lilovic is now also going to go long. He's not. Here's Hatamarke. It's a risky pass back. Rekdal into Moen. Moen to Koski. Koski, lovely play here from KTP. Larkso knows how to cross the ball in. We get it clear, but it comes to Akeke. Akeke down the left. Sends the ball in. Oh, wow. Wow. Akeke gets the cross in. We clear it into Koski. It falls into the path of Stenius, and that's 1-0 in the 80th minute. 85th minute. Can we respond straight away? Diane, send the cross in. He does. Liigacup though, he's no Sutari. He's no Sutari. Oh my word. Here comes Varmanen. Can they make it 2-0? Can they put us out of our misery? It's a penalty. The fingers seem to shove Stenius. The fingers return. Oh dear. Here goes. Okeke, and it's saved by Snore. That's 4 penalties we've seen tonight. 3 of them have been saved. Right, that's us out of the cup. That's one less competition to worry about. Okeke in. Here's Atiba to Pozoventa. Pozoventa's shot takes a deflection, goes behind. Let's fire these guys up. Right, so what on earth is going on here? So I didn't know all serious teams have pre-match songs. They do indeed. I didn't know that song, but I heard until now. How can you prefer it to Zombie? It's a classic. It's a cheesy 80s pop classic. But yeah, Zombie is a better song. Just Crodmo is wrong about 90s indie. That's the problem. That is the problem. Right, Villa a lot more aggressive in the press the second half. Is it still 1-0? Is it still 1-0? I expect us to probably go out. Like, we're very much struggling with confidence. And there we go. We've lost. We had 21 shots, but only generated 1.62 XG. And once again, like, we found for maybe the 4th or 5th game in tonight's stream that if we don't take our chances, that's what happens. That's what happens. We're getting what we deserve for our profligacy in front of goal. And that means the end of our Swarman Cup campaign. Training. Let's give these guys a rest. We come into a game against SJK. Away from home. SJK are in 9th. Can we bounce back? Do we have enough players to bounce back? So we do have the finger back. He's conceded a penalty. It's always a good sign on his return, but that does mean we do have him back as an option. Davitsky's had a whole game's rest, as is Kumetio. Hopefully we can be alright. Rogers is a lucky boy. Should he have been sent off then? What happened? Kukasa asks, when did Fortuna become the finger? Fortuna became the finger earlier on this evening because apparently that's what Fortuna means in Somalian. Maybe that's why we've had the bad luck tonight. Dear God, Olsen came out and missed the ball. What a shock. Olsen is gonna Olsen. That is what we get with Robin Olsen. Like, his judgment of the flight of the ball is awful. He's not a very good shot stopper. His distribution is atrocious. Yeah, the fart's been out of tune. He's been out of the game, unfortunately, because of that injury. Takes a little while to get back into rhythm, get into tune. So a finger in the box is often a foul. It is indeed, Cockus. Gosh, let's make sure we can get that through. Doesn't like the word finger for some reason. Rogers did a yellow-worthy foul and got away with it. Then a minute later gets a yellow for another foul. Oh, that's not really lucky, is it? Because if you're on a yellow card, if he got the yellow originally, there's a kind of impacts whether he then makes the same challenge afterwards. But that's the same with any decision. Right, let's see what we're going with here. We will unpick the team, and Snore is in, Savalainen, Raitanen, Kumetio, Enqvist, Dahlstrom, and Diane. Stavitsky back. Basirovic. No, Basirovic drops out. It's Karkinen on. We're going Yakub, Centauri. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're okay there. That's our 9, is it? It is our 9. Right. Actually, we're going 4-4-2. He's an advanced forward, not a target forward. There we go. I think we're okay. We're on a good run, apparently. We're on a good run. Let's say, right, let's show that the praise is justified. Let's tell those people that we need something good from them. Let's get a win. Let's get a win. That would be nice. Right, so come on the ham indeed. RJ is impressed with the knowledge of random Belgian players. Or what you mentioned, I saw you mentioned De Wilde. Have we got a little mention for Luke Nillis at any point? The best Belgian player. Not a fan of Steinen. Oh, who was the... Lorenzo Stalens. Lorenzo Stalens is the greatest Belgian player, as everyone knows. Ease Off Tackles is in. Welcome on in, Ease Off Tackles. How are you doing, sir? How are you? Right. Can we get ourselves ahead? Maybe stay in control. Here's Satari. Cockroach Mouse says, I'm old enough to remember the 90s from pop culture references. I'm not as ancient as you all. You're not far off, I assume, Cockroach Mouse. Not too far. You're only doing goalkeepers. That's a shame. Killian Hazard. You can't call that old school. As Billy Kumecho rises at the far post. That's 1-0. Look at him punch the air. He knows how important this is. This is important. Stalen's the great... I didn't know you were talking goalkeepers, RJ. But he is the best Belgian goalkeeper there has ever been. Cockroach Mouth says that Y2K was actually a prophecy about your birth 12 months later. Fair enough. Yeah, old man. Joking. I'm joking. All wrong. It's Romelu Lukaku. It's the greatest Belgian goalkeeper of all time. Absolutely. The best Belgian player in the history of football is Dennis Adoy, says the Fulham fan. What a surprise. Killian Hazard is old school for you. Ah, you young'uns. You young'uns. No one was born that recent. People stopped being born in 1999. Exactly. Exactly. Savalainen finds Stavitsky. Stavitsky crosses. There's no one there. No one there. Now here's Karkinen. Diane finds Enquist. He finds it back to Karkinen. Karkinen makes it 2-0. Severi Karkinen. His road to redemption. They say it's getting embarrassing for SJK, but you know, there's still plenty of the game left for them to come back into it. Ladislav Amasi is not alive. He's not alive. Crazy. I mean, how does it feel knowing that you've not been born yet? That is weird. Must be a weird feeling. No end to end. Who is this Mustermann imposter? He's off tackles. Actually, it hasn't been end to end at all. It's been us creating chances and not scoring. So it's quite nice that we're scoring now. We've thrown away some leads. Could happen again though. Here's Moreno. Loses out to Stavitsky. There we go. 2 shots on target, 2 goals. SJK being harsh done by. I'm afraid it only gets worse from here on. In fact, it all goes downhill fast from age 25. I see. I would say it only goes downhill from like 30. 30's when it starts going downhill. Ladislav says, I feel old all the time until I join the Twitch chat. That's what we're here for. We're here to make you feel forever young. I want to be forever young. Oh, you meant vertical scrolling, not end to end. Silly me and my FIFA brain. Right, fair enough. Yeah, our home ground has floodlights at the end of the pitch. So that gets in the way of the view, which is a bit of a shame. But there we go. There we go. Right, SJK seem to be coming back into it. So let's tell these guys that we need to see a lot more from them. Stavitsky blocks out, comes away with the ball. Stavitsky, all on his own, finds Sutari. So maybe he's not all on his own. Not all on his own at all. Out to Karkinen. Karkinen goes back to Diane. Diane's going to carry the ball into Dahlstrom and we'll go back again. Backwards, backwards, backwards. Dahlstrom plays it back to Stavitsky. Why did you cut inside? Stavitsky, you're a winger. Go down the outside. That's what you should do. Here's the ball through for Jakub. Jakub can't pull the trigger before the tackle. Lovely last-ditch tackle. Now Enquist sends the ball into the far post. Stavitsky. Jakub. Jakub with his 5th goal of the season. Boom. Boom. So Ladislav Amasi says that he has the... Right, too easy. Good thing I have 11 months to go. You have the Slovak national team to humble you. I'm completely lost. Completely lost. Thorgan Hazard played for Újpest. That's some good knowledge. I understand why you would, but that is some pretty cool knowledge there. Right, sorry, I meant Killian. Right, Killian, not Thorgan Hazard. That's fair. Right, we're 3-0 up. We can't throw this away, right? We can't throw this away. Dominated possession. Got goals for some of our players. Nobody's picked up a yellow card. Nobody's injured. So we just stick with how things are. Maybe 5-10 minutes in, we try and push the tempo up, get a 4th. Be certainly nice to maybe like get that 4th and then drop off entirely. Stavitsky into Kometio. No, it's Sutari who gets there. It's there. We don't even need to push the tempo up. Now we can calm down and rest and all be okay. Stavitsky sends it in. Sutari peels off his man. It's difficult for a goalkeeper to save headers from corners. You know, there's not much reaction time. But you feel like he maybe could have done. Right though, there is a highlight straight from kickoff though. Kempinen down to Liukanen. Liukanen sends the ball into the far post. Karjainen gets above his man, forces the save from Snore. Right, pass into space off. Time wasting. Actually, we will counter. We will counter because maybe we can add some more goals there. Down to balanced. Let's play out a defense well. Let's just try and keep the ball deep and kill the game off as much as we possibly can. So Ethan Hazard is greater than the other three. Don't know about Ethan Hazard. That must have been confusing at home, an Ethan and an Eden. 4-0 should feel very safe, but as a Fulham fan, I feel like you're still in danger of throwing it away. I know, yeah, like, exactly. Right, Savalainen back to Reitinen. Savalainen sends it in, header's over. It's Karkinen winning the header there. Now on comes the finger, surely. Cometh the hour, cometh the finger. There's his return from injury. In fact, we're going to make both those changes. We're going to bring Basirovic on as well, who's still not even close to match fitness. But other than that, we can otherwise kind of keep it safe. We'll probably bring Sutari off reasonably soon as well, because like an injury to him really derails stuff from here. Ticking into Valstro, into Kamonga, finds Tervaniemi sends the cross in all the way across. Enquist is there though. Sutari can't get anything on it. It's a chance for SJK to keep the pressure on. They send it long to Moreno. Lovely header down to Tervaniemi. Santoro to Lane. Lane takes aim. Wasn't able to generate the power. He was facing away from goal. So everyone should know that the best Hazard is the current Plymouth goalkeeper, Connor Hazard. There we go. I mean, like, Thorgan Hazard isn't very good anymore. That's 4-1. That's all right. Eden Hazard is retired, so it's probably a fair claim. A nice little dinked ball over the top of Savalainen. Nobody really watched as Liigacup made that run in front of them, but it was a lovely weighted pass from Kempinen. Right, nothing really. As I said, we've taken our foot off the accelerator deliberately in this second half, so that's okay. Abu Barber. There must be 4 players trained by. Okay, yeah. So Rockman to come on for Jakub, so that we can bring Bauer on for Dahlstrom. Yeah, that'll do. Trip Hazards probably have a better chance at saving you than Connor Hazard. Oh, the Connor Hazard slander is coming in now. Right, Thorgan is still good, just always injured. Is he good? I don't know. IFK have drawn them in the next round of the cup. Who have we drawn in the next round of the cup? Oh, says the Sloldor Scotland. Exactly. I'm good. I don't understand jokes anymore. RJ, you've been here for too long now. Words don't make any sense. El Norby says the Hungarian journalist thinks it's a done deal according to the Belgian press. There we go. I was talking about Neymar earlier in the stream. He will probably retire before playing for me. Oh dear. Right. Come on, end the game. Diane. We don't need another highlight. Just pass it around amongst yourselves. Sirovic with the header. We want to celebrate a win. Savalainen. There we go. There we go. Maria, he, Maria, ho, Maria, who, marry. Ha ha ha. And it looks like Richard said that it's 1-1. Now, our replays don't exist anymore, do they? Was that from this year that replays don't exist? Or does that go to extra time? Does that go to extra time? Interesting. It is extra time. There we go. Oh no, we don't want extra time. We don't want extra time. We've got to deal with Everton's new manager bounce next week. We want to be as fresh as possible. Right. I think so. That was game 10, right? It was indeed game 10. So our next game, which is TPS, will bring us to the halfway point. So that will probably be our last game of the stream. A nice point to call it quits. And then how many days? It's 7 days. Yeah, I was going to say that'll mean there's an international break halfway through, which would be about right. So let's see there. You're not really looking at standard stuff. That's fair enough. Why? What's going on? Saving me. I have accepted our Lord Jesus as my personal saviour. Haven't you? That would be a surprising turn of events, Crudmo. Ease of tackles personal saviour is Serbian midfielder Sasa Lukic. Not that Arsenal twat Jesus. So is it Sasa Lukic who's being nicknamed Jedi? Is it Lukic who's been nicknamed as Jedi? Or is it someone else? I keep on seeing Fulham fans reference Jedi. I was guessing because he's called Luke. No, that's Anthony Robinson. Why is Anthony Robinson being called Jedi? Right, injure the Villa players, West Ham. Come on the ham. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. Right, they reckon that this guy's not good enough. I'd be inclined to... He could dribble. He's got no pace. He's a winger with no pace. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that. That's all handled by them. Our youth contracts. So Yaman Mohammed is a player that I don't think is going to make it. Yep. I'm happy to trust their judgment there. Because he likes Star Wars. Fair enough. Fair enough. May just be the best wing back in the history of the planet. It's a take. I will grant you it is definitely a take. Right, players named in team of the week. Sutari didn't win player of the month with his 5 goals. He come third. Savalainen and Sutari in team of the month. That is fair. That is definitely fair. Where would we be without Sutari? Do we still have Momo? We do still have Momo. He is still very young and still very raw. So where is our lovely young Momo? He's 18 years old, 5'10". He's kind of looking very, very similar to what he was. We should be looking probably to loan him out. Probably wouldn't do so this season, but it would be next one. What I do need to do is I do need to bring Samu Silk up to the senior squad. That's why we bought him to be a backup. He was meant to go out on loan, but no one wanted him. But he can be that man. It's 2-1 Villa. Rodgers has scored. Okay, that's well. I'd be quite happy for us to lose. I'd obviously be much happier if we win. Marvelous. Has anyone of you seen this Uzbek guy from Lons? Is he £50 million worth? No. I haven't anyway. Right, that's why you were saying cold Ladislav Almaty, because Rodgers scored. And apparently he should have been sent off, Should have been sent off. So yeah, Kusanov. I've heard, isn't he the guy that Man City have been linked with, but he's still quite a raw player that won't help Man City whatsoever in their current short-term plight. Kusanov is good, probably not ready to play for Man City. Yeah, exactly. So Ease of Tax is saying that it's really baffled why you let Robinson go, especially with your wingback crisis since Baines Coleman 2014, because there are bad decision making is their forte, unfortunately. You watched him in a pre-season friendly at Leeds in 2015 and called him as a future first teamer for us. I mean, yeah, surely if you had him now, he's a very different profile of player to Mykolenko. So I mean, like, if he had to play under Sean Dyche, would he be any good? Like, Sean Dyche would get scared any time he tries to move beyond the halfway line. To be fair, when you sold Robinson, you had Lucadinius, but then sold him too. Yeah, look, they're all far too attacking for you. Look, Mara is saying that Kusnov is playing like a 31-year-old veteran in terms of reading the game. Fair enough. All I've heard so far regarding Kusnov is that he's got phenomenal potential, but he's still very much learning the game. So we now promote Silk to the team, to the first team. He came in as a breakthrough prospect. Now we give him the chance to break through. He's kicking off. Of course he is. I'm not even going to talk to you, Silk. His name isn't even Silk. It's Seek. No one was any good under Sean Dyche. Yeah. Nobody is ever good under Dyche. I hate him. Hate's a strong word, Hollyfab. I'm not going to disagree with you. Like, that's your prerogative to hate him. But right. He's still 7 days away. Samu Seek comes onto the bench in place of... Like, they're going to be... He keeps on moaning about the Mana deal, so he's going to be recalled. We can be pretty certain of that. We stick with that lineup. I think we stick with that lineup. And let's win another game. Let's end the stream on a high. We have never said anything like that and then ended up losing in a drab game ever before. Ever. Let's go with Sherlin's suggestion. 4-4-2 is the answer. So RJ reckons that Kolo Muani should join Juve. Isn't that just another striker to join Juve and fall short of expectations? He's off tackle says Malpai was made to look good under Dyche. I mean, yeah, no comment. Your cat just managed to turn your laptop off while writing an essay about Robinson. No treats for him. Is it that your cat doesn't like Robinson? Was it an act of protest? Could have been an act of protest. Qatari fans, Dahlstrom shot is wide. Or, like, yeah, Cronro says your cat writes the essays. Is that what you're going for? Malpai has as many goals for Everton as Tim Howard. He can't even lick Kerman's shoes. Yes, with some inspirational quotes such as Tielemans hits the post. West Ham rattled and disorganised now, very brittle. That's like the... Must say, that is kind of like the Villa experience. Normally we concede 1 goal, we're going to concede 3 within like 5 minutes. PSG kind of want Vlahovic, so maybe a trade. I suppose that could work. That could definitely work. Kerman is a shit manager. 100%. Kimetcho at the far post. Off the post. Ben Mee is a player Dyche made look fantastic. Nick Pope, another. I think Nick Pope is a very good player, generally speaking. I don't necessarily have as many nice things to say about Ben Mee. It was Ramsey. Ramsey, not Tielemans. Good for Ramsey, hopefully to be back, find some fitness and form. Lord, do we need it? We need as many of our players fit at Villa as possible, putting pressure on one another. Here's Jakub in behind. Jakub saved or blocked. Carlson charges down the shot, apparently. So you're being churlish. Dyke has made many players good. Better will do well. But Nick Pope is fucking shy. I like Nick Pope. I like this. This will be the changing game element. As a shot stopper, Nick Pope is very, very good. Maybe his all-round game isn't refined to the very top level, but he's still a good player. That's some lovely passing. Stavitsky cuts inside. Stavitsky on his weaker foot, just wide. Which, fun fact, he saw Kerman in the Manchester the day after he was sacked as you were going to work. That's quite cool. That is quite cool. Right, at half-time, it's 0-0. There's not been a shot on target from either team. We need to start hitting the target. Exactly that. We need to start hitting the target. Going to be more expressive. Our standard call at this point. Pardon me. So defenders are always going to look better under Dyke because they don't concede many. We'll wonder how they get on under the post-Dyke era. It's going to be interesting to see. Like if it's going to be Moyes though, it's going to be much the same potentially. Right. What's the Lewis plus slap? What is plus slap? I have no idea. Right, Kimecho into Diane. His pass doesn't make it through to Jakub. TPS clear. Enquist down the line. Karkinen back to Diane. Diane across to Kimecho. Into Dahlstrom. Can you get it round the corner to Sutari? You can. He unfortunately has to come back. Couldn't squeeze the ball through. But now Stavitsky. Stavitsky sends the ball back inside to Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom's turn. Dahlstrom's shot's blocked. Wendon Thomason gets it clear. We need to encourage some more crossing for sure. Here we go. Right, Samu Silk is coming on as the poacher. Cross more often. He's told to cross more often. Let's get those crosses hit early. Karkinen to come off. On comes the finger. The finger is going to make a difference. Samu Silk. No pressure on your debut. He's still apprehensive though. Guilherme is on for West Ham. He returns. The man returns. Right, Dahlstrom. Here's pass. Here's Stavitsky. Stavitsky Phil. Who was that? That was Sutari. I only saw the defender's name though. Right, let's fire these guys up. We're into the last 20 minutes or so. That was the first shot on target from us. We haven't created any. Other than that, we haven't created any chances until when we did that. So Dahlstrom off, Barwa on. Stavitsky's been doing all right. We're gonna come on. Let's chase this into the last few minutes. We can definitely. We should be winning this. Is it going to take another set piece? Here's Enquist. Sends it into the far post. Kimecho heads it over. Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Crumpet Presents TV. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you are having a fabulous time. If you are comfortable jumping in chat, let us know who you support or who you're playing with in FM. Zero obligation to do so, though. Stavitsky with the corner. Sends it in. Got clear. It's back with Stavitsky. He's going to send it in once again. Right in at the far post. Right into the edge of the air. Let's have a line and across to Stavitsky. Stavitsky sends it over. Right, let's attack. Attack. We do this. It doesn't create chances. It's all been set pieces today. All been set pieces. Stavitsky. Last chance, surely. Kimecho at the far post. Kimecho once again heads over. That's gonna make things tight in the league, I reckon. Potentially, if whoever's in second can win, that's gonna come down to 2 points. Enquist down the line for the finger, and that's the end of the game. A damp squib, unfortunately, in terms of the way that ended there. 15 shots, only the one shot on target. We are struggling to find our shooting boots. We weren't good enough, lads. We weren't good enough whatsoever. It's a 2-point lead over HJK, a further 4-point gap to Ilves. We are still unbeaten. We are 12 unbeaten in the league. So there we go. We're in a better... I think we're doing better than we were doing this time last year, but that doesn't mean that we can't be disappointed. That's 3 draws in our last 5 league games, and we got knocked out of the Swarman Cup. Our defence is as good as it has ever been. We're the top scorers in the league as well. You'd hardly think it with the way that I've reacted to our results. But we started with a 5-0 win this season, and it's all kind of petered off with the injuries. Right, Crumpet Presents says, pleasure bud, just dropping by and making sure I'm following a bunch of FM streamers. I'm a West Ham fan for my sins. I am very sorry to hear that then, Crumpet, as I'm a Villa fan. I don't actually know, last I saw it was 2-1. I don't know what it's doing, but I'm very, very sorry to say that. Lovely though to see you, bye. We'll be back tomorrow, streaming Civilization 6, and then we'll be back to FM on Monday evening. And so that is the note that we need to head off, which means I will do the same deal that we always do. I'm going to say to YouTube, thank you very much for popping along this evening. Lovely, lovely to have you in. We're going to be streaming tomorrow on Twitch only from 11 AM GMT. A bit of Civilization 6, doing something a little different. So if you're interested in that, pop on over to Twitch. I'll be posting up on the socials as per usual when we go live. Love to see you. But if not, I'll be back on Monday evening, probably 7 PM GMT. Again, I'll be confirming that in due course. So, to YouTube,